Good morning indeed. Alright, so basically just flew down from Fairless, or sorry, not Fairless. Fellwood down here to Feather Moon Stronghold for Fairless Part 2. So now I have to figure out where to turn in one of these quests because it's not showing up on Questy. This quest right here. Of course, I have no freaking idea where these Alliance NPCs are. Questy's trolling me. I have no idea where this NPC is to actually turn this quest in. On top of here? Okay. This type of stuff is actually super annoying and a huge time waste because I don't know the Alliance side as well. I don't know where the hell these NPCs are for these random turn-ins. I'll talk to this dude named Troyus. Hell if I know, so... If it happens to be one of the bugged quests on Questy, which apparently it is, I have not a goddamn idea where to turn this quest in. Oh, he's right here. Why is it showing a fucking silver thing instead of a... Oh my god. Alright, well, I sabotaged myself pretty good there. Came all the way down here with this... to do this quest chain. And I'm like missing the book because I thought it was one of those things that you could just throw away that stays in your inventory forever. Oh my god. I'm actually going to be missing this whole extra quest chain here now. God damn it. That's so fucking annoying. Way too far to double back for that quest and to come back, so not a good start here. So yeah, this quest here, quest chain we're working on, it leads to a couple more quests over in this area, which was where we're going anyway. But yeah, I just don't know the Alliance quest well enough. But I have to abandon this. Pretty annoying. I suppose it's good I get it out of the way now so I don't do this when the pre-patch hits. What's up, lad? We're getting there. If I could stop sabotaging myself with my lack of knowledge on these Alliance quests, would be a little bit better shape. We're really doing guild invite spam on the beta? Yeah, and I ended up tricking myself because there's a book you have to turn in to continue that quest chain. And I actually had it in my inventory for like 4 levels. And I thought it was one of those, a lot of Alliance quests, they just like leave you with just random junk in your inventory after the quest is done. I thought that was one of those items that you could just destroy. There are an awful lot of Alliance quests that just spam your inventory up with useless junk after you finish them.
Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah, because I ended up moving this part of the route back. And doing it at 53 instead of 50 like I initially planned, so it's kind of freaking forgot all about that thing. God, I'm running out of hotkeys. I have too many abilities now. Might be time. I'm not sure I still need the spirit set at this point. Might be time to move on from that. I've been losing track a little bit on this 50 to 60. It's from doing some of these quests, I guess, for the first time. So I will have to. At this point, I'm waiting to update the rest of my guide until after I finish the 1 to 60, because I think the 50 to 60 part is gonna kind of need a bit of a revamp. I think it can probably be a lot more efficient than what we've done so far. But at this point, I'm just going to finish up the 1 to 60 just so we can try to at least be sure to get that done before beta goes down. Whenever that is. You guys still playing on Fairbanks, Vlad? If you're still around? That's where like the new Soth home is, right? Oh, you stopped playing Classic? Oh man. I took a break for like a year plus, but starting to get back into it now. Just decided to play something completely new this time around. Oh man, we got a Soth reunion going on here. See the equipment? Oh yeah, I don't mind showing people stuff or answering during the run. I mean, this is basically practice for the pre-patch 1 to 60 run, so like I'm really not that concerned if we end up like losing a few minutes here and there. All of our equipment is solo self-found from quests and stuff, so just mostly got questing greens. We're still using this sickle axe that I grinded out at level 42. We're pretty much stuck with this thing all the way to 60 on the beta. On the actual server, when the pre-patch goes in, I'm going to be getting the Cold Forged Hammer at level 51 by doing an AV match, but you can't really queue for AV on the beta, not enough people. Yeah, these will start to feel pretty outdated over the next 7 levels or so. But we'll on the actual pre-patch we'll have slightly better weapons, or if you buy yourself weapons ahead of time, if you're planning on leveling a shaman and you just kind of buy one-handers for 40 plus, it'll be a lot faster as well. Where are all these giants? Okay, so the 2 quests that we're going to be missing because of all that trolling I did by not being able to complete that quest from earlier. The fact that I don't have those, it kind of makes going all the way up here to do these quests a little bit pointless. The Rockbiter line. Running all the way up here just for these quests when I don't have the other ones, so I think we might just finish these ones on the coast and these Yetis over here, and then just move on from Feralus. Take too much time to go backtrack to Darnassus and pick that up to actually get the quest line. Using double Wind Fury, it's generally the best. One of my weapons is kind of faster than you want, just because I don't have access to the same weapons here on the beta that I normally would. You could use Flame Tongue on this offhand here, but I wouldn't be using a weapon this fast on the real run. On the pre-patch, I would switch the Sickle Axe to offhand, and then use Cold Forged Hammer in the main hand, and just use Wind Fury on both. I was going to finish the giant quest up there too. But now that I'm not going all the way up here, it's a little bit more awkward as well. That one quest I missed is just messing up my entire Feralus route. To the point where it's like barely even worth doing these quests now. So I guess lesson learned for the future. Just don't throw away a book for that quest chain. Yeah, I was going to do that escort, because it's in the same area as the follow-up to that quest I missed, but since I missed it, that's, yeah, not worth the effort of going all the way up there for that shitty escort. Yeah, probably. I mean, I felt like it'd be worth doing because we're on our way down to Ungoro right now. It's kind of in the same general area. Like, it's pretty close to the Ungoro area. I was like, I can just stop by here on my way down there to bang out, you know, the 7 or 8 quests here, but it's definitely going to seem like a waste of time now that I'm missing those couple quests from that quest chain. Yeah, that was my plan, is just finish these up, do the Yetis up here, and then just get the hell out of here. It's definitely not worth going all the way up here unless you're doing the additional quest chain as well. I'll have to go a little further south than I wanted to here to finish this giant quest up as well. Come on. I was just going to finish the other half of the giant quest up here where there's a bunch of them. There aren't too many spawns of these down here, so we end up having to go like super far south to find more. So yeah, just basically a full disaster overall on the start of this zone. Might actually be out of giant spawns down here. Might just have to double back and hope that these ones up here have respawned by now. Tried out Elemental Enhancement on the level 58 boosted. Oh, you like Enhancement better? Yeah, it's been pretty nice to see how much we're just kind of trucking things, even with pretty bad gear overall for an enhancement, so I mean, anyone who takes the time to get halfway decent gear for leveling for enhancement is probably just going to be absolutely crushing mobs. And honestly, I'm still kind of the opinion that if you actually do have really good gear for your enhancement shaman, like you buy stuff ahead of time or you run dungeons on the way up, like it still might just be better to stay in Felwood and grind things with the Songflower buff if you have really good gear than to actually do some of these more marginal questing zones. Assuming you can actually get the Songflower buff reliably and Felwood isn't like super populated on your server or you're not playing on a PvP server. Oh, what up, Airho? Yeah, I'm just gonna raw level it. I mean, I guess if it gets to the point where there's like a ton of people just relentlessly ganking all the new Draenei who are leveling up, then I might have to do it the other way. but we're gonna try doing it normal first. The other thing I was considering, oh, police squad, nice. The other thing I was considering, Airho, was leveling it on a lower populated PvP server and then just transferring it over to white main as soon as I hit 60. But Blizzard's being real secretive on when they're opening up transfers and stuff again. So I don't even I don't think anyone really knows what they're doing with server transfers anymore. They're just kind of like indefinitely down right now. They haven't updated info on them in weeks. Sweaty neckbeards, my favorite kind of army. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they said they were going to lock them until they did the snapshotting, but they just haven't had like any sort of communication with people on. Nobody knows if they're going to open up transfers before TBC launch at this point. Like a ton of people are spamming the forums asking them that, and they've just been ignoring everybody. So, I mean, I don't even know if Blizzard knows what they're doing at this point in terms of letting people server transfer prior to TBC launch. Who knows?
Hey, yeah. Glad I could help. Have a good one.
But it looks like the amount of time it'll actually take to get 1 to 60, assuming you're not just relentlessly griefed or whatever. It's actually faster than I thought it would be. So probably somewhere around 60 hours, since next time I do this run I'll be a little bit more knowledgeable on the Alliance side quests, so probably shave off a couple hours there. Plus I'll also have, in my main hand, I'll have a 40 DPS weapon instead of a 26 DPS weapon at this point. So that should save quite a bit of time also. But yeah, might even be able to bang out the old 1 to 60 on the Shaman in like 4 real life days or so. So actually have a little bit of time to gear it up for the pre-pad, or before TBC. Yeah, for sure. Dustwallow is like one of the best zones in the game now. I think we squeezed out close to 3.5 levels out of that zone on this run. Oh, was Kala looking to play on LO? I asked Kala a couple times what he was doing, and he said he wasn't sure yet. I mentioned that there was this old group of sweaty HOTS nerds. Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, if you have dedicated boosters all the way to 60, then I mean, it's probably going to be faster, but it's not that much. Like, questing in the open world, even with bad gear like we're doing here on this run, like, we're still going to hit 60 in, like, somewhere around 60 hours. That could be even quicker than that in the future. Some things about the way the beta works here that are slowing it down even more. So it's not that much faster to boost anymore compared to playing normally. Why do I have 0 of these hides after killing a dozen of these things? But also it's just more fun to actually play the game and, you know, to learn your class as you play, rather than taking up, you know, multiple people's time to boost you the whole way. And I don't know, getting boosted in dungeons for like 2 days straight kind of sounds a little boring to me. So if you can just play normally and level, you know, somewhat close to as quickly as someone getting boosted, then it sounds like the way I'd prefer to play. feasible to do 1 to 55 in 48 hours? Yeah, definitely. This is my first full 1 to 60 on the Alliance side, so... I've got the route I'm using down mostly up till the 50s if you type !guide. So it could be done a little bit faster if you're more familiar than I am with the Alliance quests. And it can also be done faster if you have better weapons. I've got pretty trash weapons because I didn't buy anything ahead of time, and you can't run AV for the Cold Forged Hammer on the beta. So yeah, definitely possible. Yeah, drop rate on these hides has been a little lacking so far. Hopefully all the mobs outside have respawned by now. Well, these things haven't respawned at all. Aw. Okay, I'm getting less and less impressed with Feralus Part 2 here. I could definitely alter the route a bit so that when we're here the first time, we do these, the zapping quests and the Yetis here at level 47 before we leave, and then we just don't come back here a second time. At 47, I wouldn't kill these things so fast that I'd be beating the respawns either. I never got the pristine Yeti hide, did I? After all these kills? Okay, I think we're just peacing out. Done with the zone for now. Yeah, I'm definitely leaning more towards just doing one trip to Feralus in the future. Instead of going to all this trouble to come back like 5 levels later and do a second round.
Hey there. Have a good one.
How may I help? Goddess, watch over you.
Hey, what's up, Falcon? Okay, we're just gonna go down to Ungoro. And yeah, screw Feralus Part 2. Too far of a detour to come over here. But it only ends up netting me like 4 extra quests over just doing all this stuff at 47 before I leave the first time. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting on the finishing up the 50 to 60 portion of my guide there, just till I'm done with this run and can kind of look back and review the last 10, 15 levels or so. Since I'm just not as familiar with the Alliance side, I think there's definitely some big time-saving improvements we can use for the last 10 or 15 levels over what I've been doing so far. Such as this trip to Feralus, which was pretty underwhelming. On this run, I ended up not doing those handful of Ashara quests. I think next time around, yeah, I cut out Feralus Part 2. I think I will do those Ashara quests next time. They definitely are more efficient than this Feralus trip here. Okay, what do we still have to do in Tanarus? Got a couple quests, actually I think 3 quests to turn in. A couple quests to pick up before we run into Ungoro. I'll probably end up just setting my hearth here in Gadget Zan. And then as soon as we're done with Ungoro, we can hearth back over, turn in a couple quests from Ungoro, and then run into Caverns of Time here to pick up the Outlands level food.
Interesting.
I got the best deals anywhere. What's up? Keep it real. Yo, hurry back. Time is money, friend. Talk to me. Glad I could help.
Are there 40 to 50? Any of these levels that are under an hour are probably mainly just due to, like, doing all the quests in a zone and then turning them in all at once. I think we're averaging more like about an hour and a half per level for the last 10 levels or so. Sometimes it just breaks down like that. Or sometimes the zone is just really, really efficient. The quests are worth more XP on TBC as well.
What's up? Hurry back.
Shaman hits their power spike in the early 40s as well, so our kill speed on all the questing mobs is a lot higher from 41 onwards, even with pretty bad gear overall, compared to Enhancement on classic WoW. Probably kill things about twice as fast on TBC from 41 onwards. No worries. Yeah, Enhancement just ended up getting a lot of new talents, and some talents they already had got buffed. And pretty much all those new things are down at the bottom of the Enhancement tree. The majority of them anyways, so... Once you get down towards the bottom of the tree from like level 40 plus, and you just get a huge power spike as you go through the 40s. One to 40, or 1 to 39, I guess they're mostly the same as Enhancement Shamans on Classic. Except you get instant cast Ghost Wolf. And this new Shamanistic Focus talent. Picked that up at 20. It's pretty good. It replaced the talent that you used to have to take to use two-handed weapons as a Shaman. That's baseline now. But other than those two things, mostly the same. Considering this run down here is so time consuming, it's possible that it might be faster when I was here at like level 48, 49 earlier. When I'm doing the quest down here to just run into Ungoro and like pick up this flight path for later. Yeah, all the changes happen with the pre-patch, Falcon. Basically, the way the PTR is right now, the PTR you can practice the pre-patch 1 to 60 stuff, and it's essentially the same as the beta, other than you can't go to Outlands. In case anyone wasn't aware of that, you can actually practice some of the new 1 to 60 leveling stuff on the PTR right now.
I've been expecting you.
We can find 7 of each crystal on the way over to the town. That would be ideal. Might not find them all quite yet, but makes the routing a little bit more convenient if you do. You can unlock all those quests that have you go to the power pylons on the sides right off the bat. You think the average player is going to be able to level to 60 in the pre-patch? 2 weeks is rough. Yeah, I mean, I definitely am not a fan of their decision to tell everybody that it's going to be 4 to 6 weeks and tell everybody that they'll have plenty of time to level Draenei and Blood Elves and then all of a sudden make it like a 13-day pre-patch. Does not seem like something the average player is... I mean, it just kind of comes down to how much time that average player will have. Because you're probably going to have to... If you know what you're doing and you have a good leveling route, you know, 60 hours is probably enough to go 1 to 60. But for more average players, they'd probably need, like... If they're not using a leveling route, they'd probably need, like, 100 hours plus, maybe. That's kind of a lot of playtime to ask from your typical average player in a 2-week stretch. Green healing combat text on party members? I have no idea. I haven't grouped with anyone since that Pug Karazhan I ran a couple weeks ago. And yeah, I mean, I totally get it's going to be a time crunch, like a serious time crunch for people who have jobs or family, etc. So trying to make my 1 to 60 route as efficient as possible. Once I hit 60, I'll definitely be going back over it and kind of revising it, switching the parts out that I think can be made faster. So you're all welcome to use the route that I'm using. It's available. You just hit !guide. Right now it's updated through like the early 50s, but over the next few days after I hit 60, I'll spend more time going back over it, making it more efficient. Hopefully by the time I'm finished with it, it's 1 to 60, even without any gear. Playing solo self-found should be somewhere in the maybe like 55 to 60 hours of playtime. Might be a little bit over 60 on this run here, just because we're mainly because we're missing good weapons that we would normally have on the pre-patch. On the beta, the instance cap was what, like 50 a day or something? Like, changed it around a little bit. Actually, I don't remember if it was 50 a day or 30 a day. Have you tested two-hand leveling? I mean, I use two-handers off and on between 1 and 39. As soon as you get dual wield and storm strike, I mean, you wanna switch over to that for the entire rest of the way. Pretty much the only exception would be if you had just a godly two-hander like Pendulum of Doom or something. You could wait until maybe the mid-40s to switch back to one-handers, but from that point on, one-handers definitely better than two-handers for leveling. Once you have all these talents, so the new Storm Strike, the dual wield, and the dual wield specialization, at that point one-handers are just completely better than two-handers.
Greetings, traveler.
If your one-handers are even like remotely good quality. At 1 to 39 or so, I pretty much use an even amount of sword and board and two-hander. I just kind of go with what the best available weapon is from the quests at my level range. You can use whichever you prefer. The good thing about the Alliance side is they get a really good blue axe one-hander and a really good shield out of Duskwood at level 29 or so. And honestly, those weapons are good enough that they can last you all the way to 40 without you having to spend a dime. You know, if you have a bunch of money already and you want to spend extra money to buy like a blue two-hander through the 30s or 40s, then yeah, that'll be slightly better, but yeah. The quest one-hander and shield you get out of Duskwood is certainly good enough to get you to 40, no problems. With no cost. Zygor Guide. I haven't even heard that name in a long time. I'm not even sure what the Zygor Guide is, honestly. Was like a guide from like 2007 or something. So I know about the I know Brian Kopp had an Alliance guide. I don't think I ever really used or looked at the Zygor one, so I couldn't really tell you how good it is. I normally did all the speedrunning stuff on the Horde side, so it's my first time doing an Alliance speedrun, so I pretty much just, over the last few weeks, all my streams, I'd been kind of just creating the route from scratch. It's pretty specifically designed for an Alliance Shaman.
What brings you here?
Okay, we need one more yellow crystal and a bunch of greens. There we go. As long as we can find a couple more green crystal spawns before we get up to the town. That'll be real nice and convenient. Personally, I don't really like the one-size-fits-all guides. I mean, I know back in the day there weren't really many other options, so they're definitely better than not having a guide. But you know, if you're really looking to maximize efficiency, it's definitely way better to have a route that's kind of tailored to your class or your race. Most of the one-size-fits-all guides are also done from the hunter perspective, so other classes tend to struggle a lot with those type of guides, the classes that don't level as quickly. Okay, we can start working our way up to the town now. We'll turn this quest in once we loop around after picking up most of the quests in the zone. We're on the lookout for pretty much just green crystals here on the way up to town. Have 7 crystals of all the other kinds. Surprised I haven't got any Ungoro soil yet from any of these kills. Maybe I'll have to loot a few as we go. Oh god, that's right, these things disarm. Alright, at least they're not immune to nature like some of the elementals. Pop our roids that we got from Blasted Lands here. Two weeks is tight as fuck, yep. With ya. So, I don't know if this is 100% correct, but from my perspective, it seemed like Blizzard made the pre-patch time so short so that they could launch TBC on the same date of Ashes of Creation was trying to release their alpha, which was June 1st. But then they just moved the alpha back to July anyway, so they didn't have to compete with TBC launch. So, I mean, the whole thing of giving people only like 13 days for pre-patch seems like kind of a waste at this point. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's better than that. The original pre-patch, you did have... Oh god, these things came from a mile away. Original pre-patch, you had like almost 7 weeks, though, to gear yourself up. With the new honor system and stuff, and farm out PvP gear. So, this time around, I'm pretty much just trying to get a few key pieces from the rank 14 honor gear before TBC launches. Try to get the rank 14 one-handers, and that's about it. Prioritize the important pieces since there's so little time to gear up. Are you gonna level professions while leveling Shaman? Probably not. I think I'm probably gonna wait till 60. My concern on leveling professions, other than first aid, is that I think it's more important to get way ahead of the pack, assuming there will be a bunch of people leveling the new races all at once. If you're trying to mine things or take time to level up professions as you go, you're kind of going to get stuck in the big crowd of people. I guess if you buy the materials ahead of time for your new race to level up professions as they go, then that might be a different story. But I'm playing on a new server, so I don't have any money or anything ready ahead of time, so I'll be waiting for 60 to do that. I guess if you reach the point where if you got sufficiently far ahead of the pack, you could start leveling professions then. It's pretty much the only downside is you don't want professions to slow you enough that you have a bunch of competition from other people for the quests and the mobs you're trying to get to. These green crystals are very elusive. I'm probably going to do blacksmithing, mining for my professions. I don't really know if I'll have enough time in the pre-patch to level the excess kind of luxury stuff like cooking. I want to be able to make the main hand crafted mace in TBC as an enhancement shaman. I think blacksmithing is usually considered to be kind of a must-have for enhancement shamans. The other profession you can kind of do whatever you want with. Like if you don't have a bunch of money, you probably want to take mining to help level your blacksmithing, but if you're already rich, you can just take any of the other professions that give you secondary stats. I have 0 out of 12 sticky tar after killing like 6 of these things. This is definitely a quest you could skip now on TBC, where there's more questing experience available. A little bit annoying as a melee to get disarmed by these things too. I was gonna kind of look around for the last the last green crystals I need as I did these. Damn, these green crystals have been hard to find so far. Still only have these 2. These things are resisting all of my earth shocks. I guess they have some sort of nature resistance as well. Okay, I think at this point I'm just gonna go pick up all the quests up here. I cannot find any green crystals in this zone for some reason, so just eventually run into some as we do some of these quests down in this area, I guess. Kind of leaning towards skipping this tar, super sicky tar on a melee class. The drop rate on that is really bad.
Talk to me.
I don't know if I want to kill 5 dozen of those things while constantly being disarmed and having my nature spells resisted.
Hi, how are you? Very well then.
Well, spit it out!
Yo! Glad I could help.
Good day to you.
You need something? What can I do for you? Hello. See you around.
Not gonna bother with chasing Amy since you can't really do this one solo self-found. Buy the mithril casing off the auction house or be an engineer. Oh, I can't move this questy tracker for some reason. Come on. Okay, oh, this is kind of annoying. This thing here managed to get to like a location where I actually can't click on it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I used double Wind Fury. With this new talent, Shamanistic Focus, just having more attacks and more crits is pretty big for your mana efficiency. You usually don't really want to do too many shocks without that Shamanistic Focus proc. Double Wind Fury will just give you a lot more uptime on Shamanistic Focus and on Flurry. Still on the lookout for green crystals if we ever actually run into them. Yeah, still using the blue axe. On the real run, we'll replace that with the cold forged hammer, and then switch it to the offhand. So, fortunately on the beta we can't run AV, so we're kind of stuck with these crappy weapons all the way to 60. Yeah, definitely the next run through I do, or the pre-patch, the 50 to 60 part will be a lot faster because I'll have a better weapon, and I'll have actually had experience doing the 50 to 60 alliance quests. Some of these quests, not so much on Goro, because on Goro is mostly the same, but some of these alliance quests 50 to 60 I'm kind of doing for the first time here. See. I keep getting a horrible RNG on these sticky tars. I just skip this quest completely. There we go. Killed about a dozen of these things. Yeah, I've definitely been considering skipping it here. These things seem to have pretty high innate nature resistance too, which is always bad for Shaman. To the point where I'm kind of having to use Frost Shock instead of Earth Shock. Plus the disarm, like, all those things are pretty annoying. At least the sticky tar actually started dropping. And Goro does definitely spam up your inventory with a bunch of random shit. Since we don't have the biggest bags, kind of have to just throw out a bunch of stuff as we go. Eventually we will run into some green crystals, I swear. The Oni attunement? Probably not. Can you solo the beginning part of it? Actually, don't even remember. I thought you had to go to dungeons for most of it. If you can solo the first few steps, I don't actually even remember which ones those are. Oh wait, you said Oni attunement, not Molten Core. I don't know. I'll look up that quest line after today's stream. I can't actually remember off the top of my head. My head's too filled with just random alliance quests that I'm trying to keep track of. Because yeah, the Oni attunement is different on the alliance side, right? So I actually don't even know what the hell you have to do for the Oni attunement. Sounds a lot easier than the Horde attunement. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely have to look that one up. I never even really thought of it, but yeah, now that you mentioned it, it's a different quest line completely from the Horde one. Okay, that does sound interesting. Yeah, I'm pretty much going to be doing most of my 50 to 60 portion of this guide. After I finish the run, I can look back through things, so I'll keep that in mind. I wasn't aware the Alliance Oni attunement was quite that easy. If you just kind of kill some of those lower level burning steps things and then fly around. Seems like we should be able to root that in. Good idea. Just like never even occurred to my Horde brain to think of that. Kill speed's starting to slow down a little bit now that my gear's getting kind of outdated for these mobs. A couple levels will have a higher version of food and drink as well. Trying to think, is the question that am I just blind as shit and not noticing these green crystals because of the green backdrop? Or have we actually just not been seeing any? You guys are seeing them all over the place, and I've been missing them. Let me know. Because, for sure, we definitely want to do that quest line. The whole crystal chain is worth a ton of extra experience. Going to the pylons and everything, kind of as you're just questing in those areas anyways. Items in the mailbox will transfer over to TBC. Not sure about that. I don't recall hearing... Like, normally when you do server transfers, they specifically tell you that your mailbox can't be full. I don't remember seeing that for the snapshot stuff, but... Who knows? I guess if they ever figure out, like, a date when all that stuff is happening, then hopefully they'll let us know.
Time is money, friend!
I love this stuff is still dropping. Delicious cave mold. Level 25 item here in Ungoro. Spamming up my inventory. Good morning, Matteo. Welcome to the endless Ungoro grind. Yeah, I was hoping to find some of these green crystals and then just start this escort. Get back to town so I could start the crystal quest line, but good lord, there are no green crystals anywhere in this zone. Hunter Demon. No, I haven't. The guide is written from the perspective of playing solo self-found. So you can buy stuff off the auction house or whatever if you wish, but the quests where you actually have to buy those items, they aren't included in my routing. Must be some bonus XP if you do end up getting those items. They do exist. Wait, did this just snap respawn on top of itself? Okay. Okay, I guess this is the infinite green power crystal right here. Okay, I'm all set on crystals, so might as well start this escort. No, as far as I know, the mount scales itself to your riding level. So you won't actually be able to get 100% speed out of it until you're level 60 and train the advanced riding. Yeah, I'm pretty glad that's not the case. Otherwise, that $70 package or whatever would be pretty pay to win. Town is the only one that swims. That I don't know about. I haven't heard anything. Actually, I hadn't even heard that rumor. I haven't heard anybody say anything about that. Or did you mean like it's the only mount that wouldn't dismount you when you got into the water? I guess that would be interesting. I don't, I don't know if it'd be worth $70, but wait a second. Isn't Ringo supposed to be in here? Am I at the wrong cave somehow? I thought Ringo was in this one. Wait a second. Did I go insane or what? I thought the one up here is guarded by that Blaze Runner guy, right? That's... Oh, I guess it might be the Shaman. Unlucky. Oh, screw it. I guess we'll have to double back again and check here later. We're gonna turn in these spirit crystals now. shit, I forgot these things can't go in the water. I think I like the Horde version of this quest better, where you just have to kill 20 of these various plants. Drop rate is actually pretty low on the 15 blood petals. Let's see if I can go turn this in or something, I guess. Maybe by then Ringo will have respawned. I mean, if you have fast weapons, Flame Tongue is good. You just don't really want to be using fast weapons once you get dual wield. Kind of stuck with this one, just since we're doing solo self-found and I can't get one of the normal weapon upgrades that I would get here on the beta. But ideally you go for as slow of one-handers as you can while leveling 40 plus. Once you get dual wield, you just use double Wind Fury on both. Is the optimal setup for leveling.
The winds guide you. Greetings, traveler. May the eternal sun shine.
It's definitely not the most optimal path around Ungoro, but due to the fact that we couldn't find any green crystals for like half an hour in here, and now the fact that Ringo is apparently off, someone else is doing this escort, just ended up with this really weird meandering path around the zone. I can actually start going into Resto Tree now. These first 5 points in the Resto Tree are pretty much throwaway. Neither of them's too useful, but some of the lower talents here are pretty good. There we go, finally. Not gonna worry too much about finishing all these quests that are half done quite yet, since I still need to go back and turn in the crystals and start the quest chain to go to all the pylons. It's kind of stuck in this weird time-wasting bit here while I give Ringo a little bit of time to respawn. Planning to boost my paladin from 1 to 20. Can I choose a level segment in the guide that begins with level 20? Does the guide don't know what to do if I don't start from level 1? I mean, this guide it's mainly from the Shaman perspective, but I guess if you're starting in the... Like, you could use it, you'll just kind of have to use your own judgment on... to skip certain areas where I kind of have people go just for, like, Shaman class quests and stuff. All the times you go back to Exodar and all of that. Okay. Ringo's ass better be respawned by now. Aha. Alright. Looks like that other shaman was the culprit. Kinda surprised there was another person leveling shaman up into the 50s. Usually don't see too many people under the boosted level on the beta. Oh. A bunch of people now. And I must have just had like a huge ass wave of people that just got invited to the beta. So maybe everybody should check their accounts. Look at all these people. There's usually like 10 or less people that are under level 58 on the beta. Oh, is the beta just like not even closed anymore? Anyone can just log on? What's the stat prio for Enhancement Shaman? No, strength is our best stat. Then usually attack power and crit. I don't know what the exact number breakdown is. Something like if attack power is worth, or if 2 attack power is worth like 2, then a strength is worth like 2.2, agility is worth like 1.7 and stuff, and when you're leveling, you mostly just want to prioritize stuff that gives you AP and strength, because you have talents that give you additional spell power and stuff too, based on your attack power. All the stuff like int, spirit, agility, etc. It's like, it's nice to have, but you definitely would prefer to have strength over it. Agility is like almost worthless at lower levels for Shaman. Mostly just becomes good because it gives decent crit later on, and we have couple talents that make good use of crit. But that's later in the tree. At early levels, agility is like next to useless. Yeah, it's mainly these two talents here, Shamanistic Focus and Flurry. Or once you get these, then Crit and Agility, they end up being a little bit better. They're still not amazing, but like at least they're useful. Before you get those talents, it's very low value on Agility and Crit. You have the beta now. Wait, which? You can just type exclamation point guide, or were you talking about like some other guide? You can. It's updated up till the early. The route I'm using is updated to the. Wait a sec. To the early 50s right now. Still kind of have to redo the 50 to 60 portion because I'm definitely learning a lot of new stuff here on the Alliance side, such as, like people were mentioning earlier that I should be doing the Onyxia quest line for XP. I just, like, never even really thought of that, because the Horde Onyxia quest line is pretty terrible. Apparently on the Alliance side, it's just free XP.
Yo! Keep it real! Talk to me! Hurry back!
Hello. See you around.
Yeah, 1 to 50 pretty much set in there. I'm gonna make a few small changes just to make it more efficient, 1 to 50, but mostly set. And 50 to 60 is definitely still a work in progress. So I'm kind of seeing some of the Alliance quests in that level range for the first time.
Interesting. Pleased to meet you. Very well then. My Uratol one. You have a great day now. Be seeing you.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious if they just straight up invited every person that opted into the beta at this point. Because I've pretty much almost never seen more than 10 people under level 57, and it's like maxed out right now on the search.
Have a good one.
Talk to me! for real.
I'll just pick up another one of these later, actually. Oop. They stopped letting people download the PTR? Really? Huh. That's weird timing with so many people getting let into the beta. The most hilarious outcome would be is now that Ashes of Creation moved their alpha back to July instead of June 1st, Blizzard decides to make the pre-patch 6 weeks after all. Alright. Oh. Congrats. Yeah, as soon as I saw how many people were at low levels, I was like, yeah, something must be going on. They must have let in, like, everybody, or just a huge-ass wave. Pretty much every time I've checked when people ask how many people are, you know, testing low-level content on the beta, it's like 6 or 9 or something. There are a ton right now. Yeah. I think Ashes is winning the game of chicken though, because I noticed that they intentionally did not specify a date in July. And it's probably easier for Ashes to repeatedly move an unspecified date than it is for Blizzard to repeatedly move their exact release date. Plus, like, I feel like it would kind of reach a point where if Blizzard was just, like, so invested in trying to release TBC at the same time as Ashes, it might reach that point where people just, like, get interested in that game just because Blizzard is trying so hard to keep it down. Personally, I don't really know anything about Ashes. It just seems to me like that's what's going on, is a game of chicken with the release date. God, I can't see anything. There's a cat in my face. Oh my god. Yeah, I think all the new MMOs are probably even less of a threat than usual, just since Blizzard is such a stranglehold even on the people who prefer old school MMOs now, since they're doing all the classic re-releases and stuff. I think at this point, if you were like a new MMO, I think just the term WoW killer is probably something you wouldn't even want associated with your game, because all of those previous WoW killers were always such a disappointment. Like, probably better off with the Nintendo-style Blue Ocean strategy, where you just don't try to directly compete with other stuff that's already established. You try to just do something unique on your own terms. How are you finding the leveling experience? TBC 1 to 60, as opposed to Classic? It's a lot better on TBC in terms of both speed and just like, I think, enjoyment for most people. But personally, I don't mind grinding, but I know a lot of people hate grinding while leveling up. And with the TBC leveling changes, you never have to grind anymore if you don't want to. It's impossible to run out of quest XP, just because quests in general. There's more quests available. Quests give more experience than they used to. So I think it's a more streamlined and enjoyable leveling process for a lot of people. Yeah, your time can be used more efficiently now, for sure. Yeah, I think there'll be definitely less boosting going on. Just because it's not as necessary. Like, the difference between just leveling on your own and just getting boosted is much less than it used to be on Classic. To the point where I imagine if people are leveling new classes, they might just want to... I think it's quick and easy enough now that it's worth being slightly slower to not need to ask for boosts, and so that you kind of learn more about playing the class as you level up, as opposed to just like suddenly being level 60 and not really having much experience on it. You're thinking about that 60 to 70 part? Oh man, I don't know about that straight grind 60 to 70. That'd be pretty wild. If you were gonna do that, I'd probably recommend dungeon leveling 60 to 70, and then going back for all the quests for gold if you wanted to do it that way. At least if you dungeon level 60 to 70, it's probably going to be faster than grinding, unless you have super good gear. And it's also going to give you a lot more reputation, since the stuff that you can do at level 70 is pretty heavily gated by reputation in TBC. And if you dungeon grind your way 60 to 70, you can get to, like, revered with a bunch of the reputations pretty quickly. I mean, if you got enough people to boost you, or like really well geared ones, then yeah, in theory it should still be faster than leveling on your own, but not to the degree that it is currently. It's probably a much smaller difference. Personally, I'm not exactly sure how much slower the boosting stuff will be after the changes they put in, because I haven't really tested boosting or anything on the beta. I just know everybody says it's going to be slower, and then just leveling normally is clearly a lot faster with TBC, so the difference will be a lot less than it was before, but I don't really have exact numbers or anything. $10K gold. Goddamn. It's more than I would have guessed. I certainly never did the math on it, so maybe that's right. Yeah, you don't start getting the bonus gold till 70. I think most of these quests are worth around something like 8,000 XP. So let's see, we can check on the map. I think these questy values are still the classic. I think it's still showing the classic value, not the TBC value, so all these values should be 30% higher. So yeah, somewhere between like 7 and 8,000 XP for the majority of the Ungoro quests. Which is pretty much 1 bar. Yeah, about a bar a quest. Some of them are worth a little more, like this quest we're doing now. I guess it's not worth that much more. Maybe like 8,500 or something. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to plan out what to do about flying also, since I will not have very much time to accumulate any money during the pre-patch. I'm definitely leaning more and more towards doing a good portion of 60 to 70 in dungeons as well, though, since I'll be on a PvP server with terrible gear. And then I'm gonna be really poor at the time TBC launches, since I'll be making my first character on that server during the pre-patch. So that actually sounds like a decent idea to me too, is just to run back and do all those quests after I'm 70 to farm gold. I think I might be using some of your plan there. I doubt there's going to be many better ways to farm gold for a fresh character on a PvP server than that. $30 ID? That's what it's at right now. Isn't it like 30 per 24 hours or something? So I don't know the exact breakdown. I haven't really heard anything from Blizzard about the lockouts. Just the numbers that people on the beta have been saying. That's basically all I know about it. I haven't been really running dungeons or anything, other than a couple Carapugs just to learn how to play Enhancement at 70. Other turn-in quest items you can buy in advance. Yeah, you're gonna get most of the cloth you need for the turn-ins as you go. Like, you might need a little extra rune cloth, so, but that should be pretty easy to pick up. You'll also get enough Ungoro soil, just killing things normally. I think at Badlands, there's like a quest you need frost oil for. You need a mithril casing for this Chasing Amy quest over here. There's a quest in... And what is it? There's a quest in Feralus where you need 2 elixirs of fortitude, which opens up kind of a long quest chain as well, where I don't end up doing that on my route because there's not really a way for me to get 2 elixirs of fortitude solo self-found. You could pick up a couple of those as well. Damn, if I had known how low of a drop rate these blood petals have, would have just farmed more of these lower level flowers here. Ended up killing a bunch of like the level 52, 53 ones, where I realized the drop rate on this was total garbage. I don't see why not. Doesn't seem like there's going to be any sort of reset for all the gold that exists right now, so... I mean, the TBC raids are a little bit harder than the ones in Classic. I mean, they're not like hard, but once you get to tier 5 and stuff, there might not be quite as many groups that are able to clear just with kind of pugs like that, but I guess as it gets further on in an expansion and people get more gear and the content gets nerfed, then there'll probably be a ton of them again. Just might not be quite as many when new tiers of content first get released, since the difficulty level's a little harder than the classic raids. These Devilsaurs taking me back. All those battles against the Devilsaur Mafia at the start of Classic. Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, I'm coming back to the game after like a year plus away, rolling on a new server where I don't have any characters or whatever. I'm gonna be poor as shit for quite a while. At least until I get around to doing all those quests at max level for the gold. Would be pretty great if they eventually did fresh servers. Like, even just once every half year or so would be pretty cool. And people could have, like, legitimate races and stuff again. There'll be no fresh servers. Right now, there's no announcement or plans or anything for fresh servers. I mean, I certainly don't know Blizzard's plans for the future. They may at some point do them, but there's been no official word on them planning to do so. You kind of have like a... What ends up happening is that more and more... Wait, where is this thing? Okay. there'll be more and more of those kind of community-made fresh restarts where a bunch of people on like Reddit or whatever will pick a server that's pretty dead and has almost nobody playing on it, and then they'll get a bunch of people to re-roll there, like starting from a specific date. That's kind of the closest there is to a fresh server at this point. I think there's been like a few of those, and there'll probably be just more and more going forward if Blizzard never actually does fresh servers of their own. I actually finally made it through all these potions. Like I still have like 20 in my bank. I was just drowning in potions for a long time on this run. The point where I just started popping them randomly for sustain. I think this mace we get here might actually be worth using just because I have garbage weapons since I
Please, friend.
couldn't do AV. Let's see. 10, yeah.
Go in peace. Gotta figure out where the hell my fear totem even is. Too many freaking abilities as a shaman. Restoration? Wow, it's in restoration? Okay. I was looking for this freaking tremor totem in all the wrong places. Pretty much almost never use this while leveling, so I didn't even have it on my bar.
I think the last time I used it was like level 20 for the dragon that fears in Blood Mistile. Do you do Saving Sharpbeak in the hinterlands for that mace? God, I wish I could do Saving Sharpbeak. I definitely recommend, if you're not playing solo self-found, that everybody leveling a Shaman do a Zul'Farrak run in the mid-40s, so you can complete that Saving Sharpbeak questline. The one-handed mace you get from finishing that questline is super, super good, but you can't really solo. You can't really solo it at a reasonable level, because you actually have to clear the troll Zerg event in Zul'Farrak in order to complete that quest chain. As far as I know, you probably can't really solo that before level 50 on a Shaman. And 51 plus, you can just get the AV mace. It doesn't seem like it would be soloable. Like, if anyone finds a way to somehow solo that in the late 40s or, like, before level 51, I would definitely add it into my route for sure. Just don't think a Shaman can solo that event. You just get swarmed by so many trolls. You actually have to, like, progress the event to the point where that mob shows up for the quest item. But maybe once we hit 60, I might mess around a little bit on the beta just to see if it's even theoretically possible. You would kind of have to be able to solo it before level 50 to make it worth doing, I think. Alright, how long does it take for 1 to 58? And probably 60 or so hours. You could definitely do it in less if you really know what you're doing. Or you're playing a really fast leveling class like a hunter. Somewhere in the 50 to 60 hour range. If you know what you're doing and have a good route to follow. Actually, I'm mostly done with Ungoro now. Just kind of need to clean up a few of these pterodactyls here. Get this pylon, turn this in, then we can run back up and mass turn everything. I think by the time I do all these turn-ins and then fly to Tannerus and do those turn-ins, I think we should hit 55. Either way, I'll be close enough to 55 that I'll do that trick I was telling you guys about, where you go to the Caverns of Time so you can pick up the Outlands level food. As soon as you finish Ungoro is a good time to do that. Oh, might be a little time to get some practice in. Slifey. They did just like a huge wave of beta invites pretty recently, like either today or yesterday, so if you were opted in for the beta, you might have got in. Nice. I guess I'm curious if anybody opted in and didn't get into the beta by this point. So many people are in now, I almost feel like they just invited every single person that opted in. Maybe not. Yeah, no invite. Unlucky. It's a nice clean map. Random garbage all over it.
What's up? Glad I could help.
So I'm not quite sure if on pre-patch I want to go finish up Winter Spring and Fellwood right after Ungoro here, or go into the Plaguelands first. I think for right now we'll try the Fellwood Winter Spring route. There's a new item with TBC. There's a trinket that gives you 50 attack power from killing High Chief Winterfell. Quest from that. So it might be worth getting that pretty early. On the flip side, though, if you do the Plaguelands early, you can get up to friendly rep with Argent Dawn, and you can get the mana enriched mana biscuit. It gives you like twice the mana regen of these Morning Glory dues. So either way you go, you get something useful out of it. Alright, I'm glad that worked out for you. Practice a little leveling ahead of time or something if you're planning on leveling a Draenei or Blood Elf. Yeah, there's, Jesus, even just 1 to 20, it's freaking maxed out. There's 50 people from like level 1 to the teens right now. Yeah, so many people on the beta now.
Time is money, friend.
These suck.
Hurry back.
Good day to you.
Oh wait, what the hell is this quest? I've never actually done that before on the Alliance side. Oh god, it's trying to make me go to Fairless. Swore off that zone forever.
Hey, how you doing? If you ever need anything.
Hey there. Safe travels.
Definitely not going back to Fairless just for one quest. Never done that quest chain before, since it's Alliance side quest chain, so maybe I should check and see if it leads to any sort of amazing reward. Doesn't seem worth it to go there just for that.
Hey. Very good. Off and away. Good day to you.
Basically making my own guide as we go here. I normally speedrun on the Horde side, but I'm playing Alliance Enhancement Shaman as my main on TBC, just do something different. So if you hit !guide, you can see basically almost the exact route that I've been using so far. It's updated up to like the early 50s. I'm not going to finish the 50 to 60 part of it until I've done this run, because I kind of need to like look back and find the most efficient route. So
Talk to me.
I made my own Enhancement Shaman guide that I've been using, so
I got what you need.
you guys can all feel free to use that as well. Any of the content in my guide is fine to use or change as you see fit. Did that get us 55? Alright, nice. It did. Well, it's hard to compare. So the other speedrunner guide, I have a link to that in there too, because I also think the Rested XP guide that some of the other speedrunners have been doing, it's pretty good as well. But the people that have been doing other speedruns have been doing them as Hunter, and Hunter is so much faster than the other classes at leveling in TBC, from like fresh 1 to 60 or fresh 1 to 70. It's kind of hard to compare times, because I mean you can get 2 days playtime 1 to 60 on a Hunter without that much practice. If you're really good, like Zerant, you could get, even lower than 2 days. You can do it in like, I think he did 47 hours 1 to 60. But if you're leveling one of the slower classes like Shaman, I think by the time I'm fully done with this guide, should be able to go 1 to 60 solo self-found in about 2.5 days of played time. So I'm pretty happy with that time for a Shaman. You're never gonna level faster than like a Hunter or a Warlock or a Mage or a Paladin on a Shaman, but pretty happy with the time so far, considering this is literally the first time I've actually done a full 1 to 60 on the Alliance side, from like making my own speedrun route and such. Yeah, definitely no shade on Rested XP. Like, I think everything they're doing is great as well. For me, it's just kind of fun making my own guides and routes and stuff. Other people can feel free to use it if they want to. If you're leveling a Draenei Shaman as well, if you're leveling something else, then probably like the Rested XP guide is Probably going to be better than trying to follow a Draenei Shaman guide for sure. Alright, so we're doing a little detour here into Caverns of Time, so we can buy some of the level 55 food. As far as I know, this is actually the only place in the game prior to TBC coming out that you can buy Outlands level food. That's actually a good question. If I feel like, so I haven't leveled a mage or anything on TBC. So there's probably, my guess would be that the ideal way is a mix of both, where you're doing a lot of questing, but there's probably certain camps that are just so good for AoE grinding that it's probably worth doing them for, you know, a few levels. But you should be able to just quest normally on a mage and have it be pretty comparable to AoE grinding at this point, with all the buffed quest XP. Or for example, if you quested into like the 40s on a mage, but then AoE grinded in ZF, maybe that would be the most efficient mix.
What brings you here?
Speak.
Ha, here we go. Yeah, so you can pick up this Outlands level food from this vendor right here. It's pretty nice. Like right when you finish on Goro, you're generally somewhere around 55, so this is actually pretty useful for leveling in the pre-patch. Get an extra 5 levels or so of better quality food.
For the Horde!
Welcome. Keep your feet on the ground.
So we're going to go back up to the Fellwood Winter Spring area. Do some quests up there. I'm going to make a little bit of a detour over to turn in a few quests over on the other continent. And we'll just hearth back to Ratchet. Yep, requires level 55. So it's the highest health restore food you can get. The highest, as far as I know, you can't buy the Outlands drinks anywhere. If you could, I would love to hear about it, but I haven't found a spot. But you can still grind up to a friendly reputation with the Argent Dawn, and then use those enriched mana biscuits. Last 5 levels or so might be a little slow just because of, we'll be stuck with this 26 DPS weapon the whole time. But, yeah, on the actual pre-patch, by the time we hit level 51, we'll have a 40 DPS main hand, so it'll be a lot faster when it actually launches. Or the last 5 levels will be a lot faster. Okay, decided we're actually going to do a little bit of science. I kind of want to see if the Burning Steps quests on the Alliance side... Oh, don't you do it, boat. Don't you even think about it. I want to see if the Burning Steps quests on the Alliance side feel like they're worth doing or not. I've never actually done these ones over here. So we'll be taking a little detour here just to kind of see, because I know we can do this one real fast, and then a couple of those other ones just to see how they feel. And then if it seems like they're worth it, I'll switch the route around a little bit to juggle them in somewhere efficiently in the 50 to 60. Slightly experimental. Oh, whoops. Yeah, you're right. I meant to turn that in. I saw the boat docked there, and just immediately everything flew out of my head. Like, oh god, gotta make the boat. Guess I would have missed it if I turned that in.
My, you're a tall one.
How are you? Be good.
Okay, just to satisfy my curiosity here, take a brief trip to Burning Steps, go turn in some of these quests on Iron Forge, train new skills. At least the quest I forgot to turn in, Volcanic Activity here. It's a level 55 quest, so we'll get full experience at any point that we turn it in. Yeah, so our progression for the rest of the points here, as we kind of just throw our extra points into Restoration, as you continue leveling up to 70, is Totemic Focus here is pretty nice. And then also this 11-point talent here, Totemic Mastery. With these two talents, you can actually use Totem Castles a lot more as you're leveling, since it'll be easier to stay within range of the totems, and there'll be less mana to put them all down. And then picking up these talents, the Nature's Guidance is also really huge. 3% hit with both melee and spells. So, I like the early tier restoration talents here more than the elemental ones, personally. And this first tier sucks, but as soon as you get past this one, then all the rest of the stuff is good. Okay, what do we have here?
Great to meet you.
I think we should be able to finish these 3 quests pretty quickly and just be on our way. Just want to see if it feels like it's worth doing it as we pass through here or not. I didn't realize these things were such low level. Guess I might be able to just do all these Burning Steps quests here right after Searing Gorge when we're in the area, like in the early 50s. But these mobs here were like mid 50s for some reason. Oh, got to put it on my hotbar? Okay. Oh god. That knockback would have killed me. Perhaps I should not stand with my back to a cliff while fighting those guys. Thanks for that cave mold. Okay, so let's finish killing these. I should be able to get the medallions really easily over here. From what I understand, they drop a bunch of medallions on the kills, so you don't actually have to kill 50 of those things. Much faster do you think a Horde Shaman run would be? If you're playing solo self-found, it would probably be a few hours faster just because it's a lot easier to get much better one-handed weapons on the Horde side. As early as like the mid-40s. Whereas Alliance, you pretty much have to, unless you're buying weapons ahead of time, you have to either run Zul'Farrak or you have to win an AV at level 51 to get a good one-handed weapon. No, maybe if the beta stays up, I'll do a run as a Horde or something just to mix it up. Yeah, the biggest difference, is mainly just the Weapons of Spirit quest that you do in Fairless on the Horde side. You get just a fat one-hander from that. You can pretty realistically get that just by yourself at like level 46 or so. Yeah, my main plan for getting gear, is to first off just grind for the rank 14 one-handers in the pre-patch as soon as I hit 60. That's going to be the biggest upgrade. going from whatever garbage weapons I have while questing to those rank 14 one-handers with the slow 2.9 speed. It doesn't really take that long to grind out the rank 14 gear once the pre-patch hits. That seems like the highest priority, like, to do if you have bad weapons. Then I guess I'll just have a kind of mix of leveling up professions, maybe running a raid or two, and then just trying to get like halfway reasonable gear before TBC hits. I definitely don't expect to have good gear, but just to get the important pieces beforehand. So there's supposed to be an AV weekend at some point, but I mean, back before TBC launched 14 years ago, it was really easy to grind honor on the Alliance side because Alliance won AV almost all the time. I have no idea who even wins AV more frequently at this point, though, so I don't really have any idea of how long it's gonna take. So I don't know, is it like 50-50 now? Do Horde win more AV, or do Alliance still win more AV? I could get up here, there we go. 99% Horde wins? Okay, well then. That might take a while then. I don't think I even did an AV during Classic. I, like, pretty much kind of stopped playing, other than like a little bit of raid logging right when the honor system went in. Was kind of already burnt out on the game. So yeah, personally, I have no idea who wins Battlegrounds at this point. Okay. We're hearing a lot of different things. My recollection was Alliance usually won from back in the day, but some people are saying Horde wins a lot, some people are saying Alliance wins most. But, I mean, either way, the fact that it's going to be an AV weekend, it should be pretty quick to farm up honor for gear. Because when everybody's in the gear farming mindset, like usually the side, if my memory serves, usually the side that's about to lose would just kind of accept defeat and try to get it over with as quick as possible, so that they would still get good, honor per hour. Since everybody has like a pretty limited time to farm honor, I imagine people will try to be as efficient as possible. God, I need so many of these mages. Definitely starting to feel the lack of DPS on these weapons at this point, as we're getting into the 50s. Yo yo. Let's hope we can find one more of these ogres on the way back down. I don't have to double back into that cave. Yeah, from level 40 onwards, it's best to level with 2 one-handers. 1 to 39, either sword and board or a two-hander is fine. You just kind of use whatever the best weapon you have is. But 40 onwards, you're just going to be dual-wielding one-handers the entire rest of the way. Okay, let's see if we can find a good spot to grind out Blackrock medallions. Should be a bunch of orcs over here. What's the deal with dagger offhands at 70? As far as I know, like I don't know any reason to use a dagger offhand at 70 unless there's some technique that I don't know about with enhancement. I mean, if it's a non-enhancement shaman, then maybe there's a reason for it. I don't think enhancement would ever want to use a dagger if they could avoid it. If you're buying weapons ahead of time, the best one-handers you can buy are a one-hand mace called Heaven's Light. You can actually get 2 of them. They're not unique or anything. It's pretty much... Oh, wow, these things do a shit ton of damage. Pretty much perfect, since it's got a slow speed. It's level 40 weapon. Okay, yeah. This quest is as quick to finish as I heard. Oh, if it's for PvP, that's okay, that's something else. Yeah, for enhancement, technically you actually want like a huge variety of things for enhancement PvP. You'll get targeted pretty often, so you need to have a one-handed shield. You want to have your dual-wield weapons for normal situations, and then you also want to have two-handers for situations where you're like getting kited all the time, and you have very little uptime on damage. So when you do hit, you can make it count. So. I get no medallions from these guys. Yeah, maybe that's just the, if you're forced to go one-hander and shield because you're getting trained with damage. I mean, maybe Flame Tongue Dagger is the most damage you can put out in that situation. I don't know for sure. I haven't really done Arena on Enhancement before, or any Shaman. I was mostly a warrior main back on TBC back in the day. For arena. Oh. Initially thought this quest would be quick to finish. Finished 1 to 16 Shaman at 5 hours. Save like half hour, I guess. Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, this 50 to 60 part here, it kind of turned a little bit experimental rather than pure speedrun, just because I know on the actual run, when the pre-patch hits, I'll have much better weapons than I have right now, so... not too worried about the 50 to 60 time for now, just trying to kind of try out all these potential different Alliance questing zones and see which ones feel the best to use for the future. Earlier level stuff, 1 through 50 or so, feeling pretty good about on the guide so far. Not too many areas to save time, just a few. I'm gonna update when I kind of go over the guide again here after we finish this run. Okay, well this kind of sucks having to fight all these black rocks that are like 2 levels above me. I kind of thought I would just kill like 5 or 6 and get all these medallions real fast. Not appear to be working out that way. No plans to go to Hellfire. Like, I would poke in for, you know, a few pieces of gear upgrade, but I'm pretty much working on this route and this guide from the perspective of a pre-patch. So we won't actually be able to go into Outlands. We have such a limited time to level up during the pre-patch, trying to make it as efficient as possible for that. Good. Medallion drop rate. What a tease. Got like a third of it done on the first 2 kills, and then 10 more kills of almost nothing. But yeah, if you're leveling something up in TBC, for sure, I wouldn't straight up quest in Hellfire from 58 onwards. I would just I would go do the first, you know, like 6 or 8 quests in Hellfire, because they're all really easy, the initial quests, and they give really good gear upgrades. So I would just do those easy ones and then get to like 58.5, and then probably go back to the to Azeroth to get like the rest of the way to 60 once I had those gear upgrades. very underwhelmed by the efficiency of this quest so far. I think maybe in the future. So these two quests here, this one and the ogre one, are pretty easy to finish, but this Blackrock Medallion one freaking sucks. Maybe I just do these two quests real fast after I finish Searing Gorge at like level 51 or something. It's right next to him. Gotta put these angst to use. Like, free heal. Ah, treasure chest up here. No. Unless they're bugged to where you can get them from the mobs outside of Karazhan. Yeah, the Outland Greens, even though they can technically be equipped as low as like 55 or 56, they should only drop from Outlands. If they do it historically accurate. The way it actually worked on the original TBC pre-patch is that there were level 70 mobs outside of Karazhan that people could farm. So some people were actually able to get like BOE epics, BOE Outlands epics during the pre-patch until they fixed that. God, I want to give up on this quest so bad, but now I'm close to finishing. Freaking ran out of mana drinks because this shitty quest has taken so long. I think I am definitely not doing this quest ever again. But too close to finishing now. Forced to press on. Oh, is that what they start people with? 25 gold? Yeah, that's not gonna get you too far. Considering they're charging people 40 bucks for that package, you would think they'd give a little more. God. Mercy. Just want to be done with this quest. Sounds like the biggest waste of time since the Never Again quest. For Shaman, I'm personally looking at blacksmithing mining. Blacksmithing's kind of a must-have for enhancement shamans. to make that main hand epic mace. The other one doesn't matter that much, but since I'm playing on a new server, I'm not going to have any money. I won't have the money to level up both blacksmithing and something else without mining. Jesus Christ. Finally done. I parried so many attacks at the end. Okay, finally I can leave this place. I would have given up on this quest so long ago. It wasn't just for testing purposes to make sure I don't want to do it in the future. Quest is freaking awful. Yeah. I mean, if I had the extra money, or any money, I would do blacksmithing just plus some secondary profession that gives bonus stats. Chanting or jewel crafting or leatherworking or whatever, but... since I'll be playing catch-up during the very short pre-patch, I'll just pretty much have to take mining to try to level up blacksmithing as efficiently as possible. You use all different totems. I mean, there's a lot of totems I don't use. I use totems a lot more from 1 to 40, because you don't kill things as quick. Once you get dual wield and storm strike, though, you usually kill mobs too quickly to really get much use out of totems. You still use some, like, I mean, Searing Totem, Mana Spring Totem, and Stoneclaw Totem, they always get used a good amount.
Hello, be good. How are you? See you
The stuff like Grace of Air and Strength of Earth and all that, it's hard to use those efficiently once you have high kill speed, though, unless you're just fighting a ton of mobs all in the same place. Right. Wait, was this... which quest was this a follow-up to? Okay, this quest was actually a follow-up to the easier ogre one. Yes. I guess while we're doing the Burning Steps quest, may as well continue the experiment here. I just have to kill one mob and then like place it on Dreadmaw Rock. This still might be worth doing after Searing Gorge. Just do this quest and find out. Yeah, if you finish this whole chain here, you would end up completing, I guess, 4 different quests that could probably be done in the early 50s if this guy here isn't too hard. Oh, I thought mace was like the default that people took. I didn't realize that axe was in contention for non-orcs. Yeah, I want to see where this guy is, if he's actually easy to get to solo, or you have to fight your way up through a bunch of stuff. Because right now, I think I'm probably gonna do like just a few quests in Burning Steps after Searing Gorge. Just want to find out if this is actually doable at like level 51 or 52. We'll see if he's surrounded by a bunch of higher level mobs or not. Oh, wow, he's like way out by himself. Let's see. If he links with this guy, it might be a harder fight, but... Seems like that would be pretty doable at 52. Just kite that guy away from the 56 that was next to him. This guy is still chasing me, really? Okay. Do this last one. I think I know how I want to add burning steps in now. So on this run, we didn't actually come get the flight point for burning steps in Searing Gorge until like 50 or 51. I think in the future, I'm probably going to come through and grab these flight points at like 45 or so when we're in Swamp of Sorrows, which is next to it anyways. Because there's those first couple quests up in Searing Gorge. The ones over here are level like 45 and 46. So you could do both of those at the same time. Pick up the flight points here. And then when you go back and do all of Searing Gorge at level 50 or so, or 51, then once you're done with that and you're 51 or 52, you can come right down to Burning Steps and then just do these 4 quests that are pretty easy. Skip that stupid Orc Medallion quest.
What's on your mind?
What is this quest? Oh, that's for...
What brings you here?
Yeah, this seems like...
Go in peace.
That seems like too many mobs to kill. Yeah, I think I just want to do the quests here that you could pretty easily finish quickly at 51 or 52, and it looks like that's about 4 quests. Okay. It's been so long since I've tried to climb this mountain. Can I not get up here? Trusted my Elec way too much. Yeah, it really seems like should be able to get up here, but I guess not. So random, you can't get up this tiny little hill. Oh, there it goes. Okay, just had to do the magic. Complaining always works. Can I get up here? Yeah. This didn't matter anyway because I couldn't make it all the way to the top from that direction. I don't think I even did this zone at all, leveling my horde 1 to 60 on classic. Have I leveled entirely solo? Yeah, it's all... This run's been all solo self-found. Just, kind of doing some experimental... Like, some of these alliance quests I haven't ever done before, because I usually run the horde side. So this 50 to 60 is a little bit experimental. Just before the pre-patch hits, and then I'll adjust the guide to what seems like it's most efficient. Well, let's see. Yeah, TBC mounts are level 30. They also cost less. They're like 40 gold or so total. And Water Shield is level 62, I believe. I'm jealous of these melee ogres with their insta-cast Flame Strike. What's the best leveling add-on? Probably Questy. That's the one that shows all this stuff on the map. I'm like hardly using any add-ons just because most add-ons didn't work on the beta at first. Kind of just got used to going bare bones. I just have Questy and this speedrun splits time tracker over there. That it? Okay. Okay, yep. So that looks like that whole chain and this quest over here, where all you have to do is talk to him and turn in one of the items from Burning Steps. All 4 of those quests should be pretty easy to do at like 52 or so. Add them into the route right after we finish Searing Gorge. skip the Orc Medallion quest and not do this other one that requires you to kill like 30 dragons. That's a little too much effort.
What can I do for you?
Let's see, 13 spirit. Ooh, these are actually pretty good. 15 strength mail.
Keep
Yeah,
your feet on the ground.
use those. Okay, that's enough experimentation and burning steps.
What's on your mind?
I think those 4 quests are worth doing. Let's go to Ironforge. Train some new skills, a couple things to turn in. Maybe I will do the Plague Lands at this point. I do want to see how long it takes to actually get from up to friendly rep, just from the starting position. To get those enriched mana biscuits. Depending on how quick it is to get friendly, will probably depend on where the early Western Plague Lands quests actually end up in my route. I want to be able to unlock those biscuits as early as possible, but if I can't actually get to friendly without doing the higher level quests there, then I'm have to save it for later. Because I found out this quest here that we did in Felwood, I think the follow-up actually leads to Ungoro, so in the future I probably want to perhaps hit up Ironforge before going to Ungoro after doing this quest.
Interesting. Be seeing you. Can I help you? Off and away.
I can't even tell where the hell this quest wants me to go. Oh, what a horribly worded quest. Okay, I guess it isn't. It is an Ungoro. So next time around, I should probably pick up that quest before we actually go do Ungoro.
The Legion's end draws near.
Pretty much nothing good.
Lioness Akar.
Well met. Safe.
Okay, since we're doing this kind of experimental look at some of these zones here, yeah, I'm gonna go do that stuff in Plaguelands. Just I want to see how viable it is to get those enriched mana biscuits at a slightly earlier level. Okay, be right back. Alright, all I can say is Alliance better have a food and drink vendor up at Chillwind Point. One that's not gated by rep. Yeah, I mainly want to see if It feels like we could actually get to friendly reputation here in the early to mid 50s. Or if you have to complete the higher, like the upper 50s quest before you can get there. I'll figure exactly where I want to put this section in the route based on that.
May the light embrace you. Safe journey.
Hey there.
For the Alliance.
What can I do for you? See you around.
Pleased to meet you. Daylight's burning.
What can I do for you? For the Alliance.
Wait a second, is there really no food vendor?
Need help? Light bless you.
Right, Alliance, you've tricked me again. Wow, no food vendor up here. Okay. Didn't realize that Alliance rolled like that. I also can't even set my hearth here to come back later. Okay, that's annoying as shit.
Can I help you? Alrighty then.
Alright, just flying down the South Shore real quick so we can at least get drinks before doing this. All these 50 Alliance questing zones I've either never done before or haven't done in like 14 years. Don't actually remember the smaller things like which ones do and don't have food vendors or innkeepers. Yeah, that's the I know one of the guys there sells the enriched mana biscuit, but you need friendly rep with Argent Dawn. That's one of the things I'm trying to find out here is how quickly you can get to friendly rep from the Alliance side quests here. Because I'd like to unlock that enriched mana biscuit, but apparently before your friendly reputation, you just can't buy any food at that area. Always annoying. I think at Horde have like one area that's kind of like that too. Or at least they did in early Classic. Like there was nowhere in Ashenvale that you could buy food on the Horde side for some reason. It was super obnoxious.
You need something? See you later.
Well, so I'll just set my hearth here for the hell of it. Or really better to set it, because I guess there's no innkeeper up there.
Looking for something specific? Have a good one. See you around.
Okay, I'll check this out. I still should be pretty easily able to get to 60, I think, after this, just from, like, doing Felwood Winter Spring, bouncing back and forth.
Well met. Safe travels.
But Would love to unlock these mana biscuits as early as possible. Oh, actually, that's a good point. I didn't even think to check the Alterac Valley ones, because those ones, they might not have a reputation gate on them. Although I guess running over there is probably just about as fast as flying to South Shore, but I could have tried that. Oh shit, we actually got people in the area. Oops, I'm griefing this guy doing the escort. Actually, also have no idea what quest this is he's doing, but maybe we'll run into it as we progress through here. Looks like it must be a new TBC quest because it has a Draenei. Oh, he just came right through the side of the house. Alright. Definitely killing all the rares I see since my weapons are so bad due to not being able to do Battleground on the beta. But could definitely get upgrades. most of my macros are just the name of the ability with start attack added to it. I'll show you one as an example, so I don't have to keep replacing skills on my bar, and so that my auto attacks will start. So they're almost always something like this. Get the gist. I have a couple that differ. You have the sip macro, so you can force mobs to kill you quicker when you're trying to death warp. Got my spirit, kind of a little bit of a spirit set. I'm not really using it much anymore at this point. But when we were running around in Ghost Wolf before we had Mount, it's pretty useful. So you can get like close to double the mana regen as you're just traveling around. Level 51, you can buy the Alterac Mana Biscuits. Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't think you would be able to buy those in neutral. I guess that's the play. Okay, that would be way more convenient than what I'm trying to do here. Grind a freaking friendly rep with Argent Dawn just to unlock the Enriched Mana Biscuit. You can just... Yeah, that's actually amazing. Thanks for checking that, because on the pre-patch my route was to go do Alterac Valley anyway at 51 to get the Cold Forged Hammer. And so I guess at that point you could just buy a shit ton of those Mana Biscuits. That should be a big time saver. Where are all these things coming from? Having access to food that restores double the amount of mana from 51 onwards will be pretty big. Oh, I guess that makes my my detour to get this this TBC food completely pointless also. I didn't realize you could get that from a neutral rating. Neutral rep. And you can use those outside of Battlegrounds, right? It's not one of those items you can only use inside of Battlegrounds. Okay, yeah, that's huge. Since Shaman needs to eat and drink a lot, like more so than a lot of other classes. Okay, that's actually huge. Then I won't have to bother with trying to do... That's great, I won't have to do the Plague Lands. I could actually save the Plague Lands till like 57 or 58. And just use it to get all the way to 60. When I'm high enough level to not really have risk of dying on certain quests. Okay. Well, I'm glad we're doing some experimenting here, 50 to 60, because this is shaping up pretty nicely with the knowledge we're finding out here. In fact, I'll probably just ride down to make sure that you can get those on the beta here and pick some up once I turn this quest in. I mean, it's definitely more convenient to pick those up than to have to go into caverns of time for these things. Oh, we got a polearm. Look out, world. Not quite the blue weapon we were hoping for. I'm doing enhancement. Enhancement's really good damage. 1 to 60. I mean, basically the only reason my damage is starting to slow down in the late 50s is because my weapons are so outdated. On the actual run, we'll have like a 40 DPS main hand by this point. There are not many of these slavering ghouls around. And blues all over the place. Sadly, none of them are useful in any way. There's like 4 times as many of these flayers around as the other mob type. I guess the rule is it's solo self-found. But this last 10 levels we're kind of doing a little bit experimental just to find out the best quests and path and stuff for the future. So I'm not as familiar with the Alliance quests at this level range. I usually run on the Horde side. But basically preparing for the pre-patch. So I'm going to be leveling a Draenei Enhancement Shaman from scratch when the pre-patch hits. This is like a practice run to get my route as clean as possible. You guys can see the guide / route that I'm using by hitting exclamation point guide. Nah, I'm not worried about world first I mean, like, someone who has, or is just getting boosted all the way to 60 or whatever, is you're not really going to be able to beat them playing normally. Like, I mean, I guess I'd be going for first Shaman to 60 if possible, if from like just solo questing normally. But there's no way you can beat a Draenei Hunter to 60, so. If you have like players of a Shaman are definitely slower levelers than, you know, Hunters, Warlock, Mage, Paladin, etc. But myself and a lot of people are going to be trying to get Draenei Shaman to 60 as quick as possible during the pre-patch, so figured I'd just kind of stream my own preparation for a speedrun route. Kind of just making myself over the last couple weeks here. But looks like with this information we're finding out, it should be surprisingly fast, since we can get those mana biscuits at 51 apparently, and then we'll have a much better weapon at 51 on the real run. Those will, like, that'll shave off literally hours and hours off of the time compared to this run we're doing right now, where we still have like super low level weapons. I didn't know that you could get those mana biscuits at 51, so. Next run, or the pre-patch run, should be actually quite a bit faster than this one, hopefully. Yep, that'll be the same for me when the pre-patch hits. Just be rushing to 60. Worry about gearing up and professions and stuff after I get there. No boosting. This the whole run so far has been streamed, so you can see in my VODs from the last week or so. Just been doing solo self-found questing out in the world. Let's see what my kind of garbage-ass gear. It's like all questing greens. Still got a level 34 axe.
What can I do for you? Greetings.
King's honor, friend.
Okay, let's actually take that little detour down. Just make sure we can buy those mana biscuits now. Can't really think of any reason why I wouldn't be able to, but... yeah, I've been pleasantly surprised with how quick we can level a new Shaman. This 50 to 60 will be, or the 50 to 60 we're doing here on this run will be pretty slow just because of the weapons and stuff. But on my actual run, I recommend people, unless you've bought weapons ahead of time for yourself, I recommend people just do the quest to win an AV at level 51, because you'll get the Cold Forged Hammer, which is a 40 DPS one-hander, which will be a huge upgrade over this 26 DPS weapon that I'm pretty much using all the way to 60 on this run. But you can't really queue for AV here on the beta. You get a ton of experience for that quest to win an AV as well. So, it should definitely be worth doing, because even when you're in AV, it's not like you're getting no XP. You can just go to the caves where the harpies are, or like the mines where the gnolls are. Try to stay away from other people and just grind out XP while you wait to win an AV. If you've run dungeons or you already have a good weapon, then, you know, don't bother doing that. But if you're playing, like if you're not spending money on stuff ahead of time, it's probably going to be worth it to pick up that Cold Forged Hammer. Oops. Oh yeah. If you already have like weapons enchanted and stuff and ready to go, then probably won't have to worry about doing an AV at all. But for people rolling on a new server that don't have money or a plan like Solo Self-Found, on the Alliance side, if you're not running dungeons or whatever, this weapon from the AV quest is pretty much the best you have access to.
What can I do for you?
This one here.
Safe travels.
Yeah, what do you want? Hurry back.
Ishnu Allah.
Wow. Now this is insane. I guess taking a break from WoW for a year, I just forgot that you could actually get this without any rep at all. You can just get rid of all this freaking cheese, huh?
Good luck, friend.
Oh man, this is gonna be so nice. Does it make the 51 plus will be so much better in the future, now that I know you can get these and having a better weapon.
You need something? Farewell.
It's like the perfect level too, since my plan for the pre-patch is literally as soon as you hit 51, you go up to that AV area, grab the quest, you start queuing for AV, and then you run up to Chilwyn Point there, and you just kind of start killing undead and doing those early quests while you wait for the AV queue. And you just get these mana biscuits at the exact same level you're doing that. Man, it works out so nicely. Okay, I guess while I'm here, may as well do some of these initial quests. Now that I know that I don't need to rep grind to get mana biscuits, yeah, I'm probably on the real run. I'm gonna shift all this Plague Land stuff till like 57 plus. And then just go all the way 57 to 60 in these couple zones here. And then most likely, right after Ungoro, I would just go back to Fellwood and Winter Spring from like 55 to 57. Oh, you got an Axe of the Deep Woods. Yeah, that's huge. The direct damage proc and everything. That's a fantastic enhancement weapon. Yeah, these mobs are a little too high for 55, so this definitely isn't the ideal time to do it. As a shaman, yeah. Be way better at like 57, 58. See all the splits. Yeah, one sec. I wish I could just like reset this character to level 50 and do this 50 to 60 again. Now that I kind of know what I'm doing, like my route and stuff, and the way I approach things would be significantly different. I actually have I have that other shaman that's in the mid 40s from the first trial run we did. Honestly, once I get this shaman to 60, I might like level that one up to 50 again and do just another 50 to 60 run once I've kind of updated my route to the final version, if there's enough time on the beta before it goes down. Okay, so no, this is the beta. There you go. You getting nice and spammed by the timers there. Let's lower this a bit. Go from like level 20 onwards. And with these mana biscuits in the future, I can also do the full totem castles a lot more. Be so quick to regen mana. Definitely should have killed that caster in the back first. Oh, good call. Too busy spacing out over this other stuff. Yeah, honestly, I've just, like, I keep kind of changing routes and stuff in my head, too, with, like, everything we're finding out on this 50 to 60. Okay, that should work out. I'll probably finish getting to 60 on tomorrow's stream, and then I'll work on leveling my other shaman that's, like, sitting at 46 or 47 or something. Up to around 50 again, so I can do, like, the proper 50 to 60 speed run once I update my route with everything. Yeah, there are so many people on the beta now. I was mentioning it earlier, but for anyone who wasn't in the chat a little earlier, if you're opted into the beta, you probably want to check and see if you got in, because they just did a huge invite wave in the last day or so. The hell are... I got like 0 procs on my Shamanistic Rage, 0 crits, and 0 Wind Furies for like 15 seconds. Hate to see that. I'm probably leaving this area after these quests here. I wouldn't actually be doing, at this point with what I know, I wouldn't actually be doing this zone at this low a level. Even though it is kind of a big waste of time traveling all over the world like we've been doing. It's mostly to check out certain things, so I'm probably going to go back to the Fellwood Winter Spring area where I would actually be questing at this level range. Yeah, the Plague Lands are amazing XP. Just as like a melee class, you get so many adds in these areas as you do the higher level quests and stuff that I would much rather be like 57 plus than 55. I'm pretty sure that I want to end the 1 to 60 with the Plague Lance. Like go from, I don't know, 57 to 60 from between Western Plague Lands and Eastern Plague Lands. Just the interest of practicing it like I'm actually going to do it. I'm going to detour back over to do Fellwood Winter Spring. Try to pick up the new trinket from Winter Spring that gives 50 AP. And then come back and do like the last little bit of getting to 60 in the Plague Lance. Which would be how, at this point, would be how I would actually do it on the pre-patch route. It's... I don't remember the actual name of the trinket, but it's from the quest Words of the High Chief. It's the High Chief Winterfall, or Fell, or whatever. He drops that book that starts a quest, and on TBC it gives you a couple different trinkets, one of which is 50 AP, which is definitely a big upgrade to nothing, which is what it's being compared against right now.
Greetings. Light bless you.
Can I help you? Have a good one.
Pleased to meet you.
Okay, let's go do a little bit of that. Now we're kind of traveling all over the place here in a pretty inefficient manner, but just in the interest of doing the level progression the way it will actually be.
Light be with you. Be careful.
I probably should have turned in these Scourge Stones before I left too, huh? Yeah, the beta, the XP rates are still weird. They're not correct. I put in a bug report with as much detail as I could, like, weeks ago. But it hasn't been fixed yet. So, the way it was supposed to work in TBC was that all the quests 30 plus have 30% more XP. But how it's actually working on the beta is that it scales up from level 30 in a really weird way, where the quests that are low 30s, they actually barely give any bonus experience. Some of them give none at all. And then the quests that are higher level give too much bonus experience. So I tried to give as much detail as I could on the bug report, but that hasn't been addressed yet. The leveling curve is kind of weird on the beta, where you know, like you don't level as quick as you should in the early mid-30s, and then you level like a little bit too quick at the higher levels. There's with some of the quests, like they're not all like that. It's a weird bug because it doesn't seem to be very consistent. We still have this ratchet quest that I forgot to turn in when I was chasing the boat.
Need help?
Yeah. First aid's pretty much the only profession I'm going to level as I go. I actually probably should have stopped by the bank and picked up more potions too. I mean, it's not really that useful. It does save you on occasion, but I mean, you're going to want to have it leveled up before TBC launches. Alright, so we got a bunch of questing stuff on. Haven't really run into many good rings lately. A lot of this gear is still from Dust Wallow. From like the late 30s, early 40s. Dust Wallow has some pretty good mail gear. And the weapons are severely lacking here on this run. For this point in time, would definitely have a much better main hand weapon by this point, once the pre-patch hits. What I should do, I should just jump off the boat as it's coming in. Over here, there's so many freaking people on the beta now. Should probably just jump off the boat over here and just water walk over to the flight path. Definitely be faster than actually riding along the dock. Where would you even get a better weapon? Whoa. The magic of AV. You can just solo queue for an AV at 51 at the same time that you go to the AV vendor to get food upgrades. Get a bunch of XP, you can just farm XP in the caves in AV. And then all you have to do is win one AV and you can get the Cold Forged Hammer, which is a 40 DPS one hand. So quite a bit better than this one.
Farewell.
My offhand is this Beast Smasher from Ungoro. Definitely not a great offhand. The speed is too fast, but don't really have much better. Like, ideally, at 51, I would go get the Cold Forged Hammer, and then I would, if I had this axe, I would swap it over to my offhand. I mean, it's like, yeah, you might get unlucky. It might take you like 4 or 5 runs, but you can still just farm XP in the caves on harpies and gnolls stuff. Plus you get that huge XP bonus for winning the quest. I mean, it's only worth it if you can't really get the weapon upgrade any other way. So for Horde, you don't really need to do it because Horde can get good one-handers from quests, but Alliance can't from 50 onwards. So on the Alliance side, yeah, it's a bit of a gamble, but if you're not buying weapons ahead of time, it's definitely going to save you time in the long run. Getting a huge weapon upgrade at 51 for the rest of 51 to 60. It's hard to guess what the average I mean, I don't know, do average people look up like efficient questing routes, or do they just like randomly go through the game without looking anything up, without using add-ons or whatnot? The one-hand hammer in the hinterlands is super awesome, but you have to run Zul'Farrak for it. So as long as you're not doing solo self-found, yeah, you should definitely run Zul'Farrak for the hinterlands hammer. You wouldn't really be able to solo that until probably late 50s. If even then. At that point, the weapon wouldn't be too important. Yeah, I mean, God, I wish that you could just... Initially, I was planning on getting that, and I didn't realize that you actually had to run Zul'Farrak on the Alliance side. I thought it was just like the Alliance equivalent of the Horde quest Weapons of Spirit. But yeah, it turns out it's really easy to get a good one-hander on the Horde side, but on the Alliance side, you're kind of shit out of luck, 40+. Pretty much the only reliable way to get a good one, if you don't buy one ahead of time, is either running dungeons, doing the quest for Zul'Farrak, or doing the quest to win an AV. About your only options. So the weapon that they were talking about is called a Griffin Rider Stormhammer. It's not actually from Zul'Farrak, but it's a quest chain where one of the steps you have to do the Troll Zerg Swarm event where they rush you up the stairs. One for the Divinomatic Rod. So you can't actually finish that quest chain unless you do that. And then you can get the Griffin Rider's Hammer after some more steps.
You wish to speak?
You can use a two-hander before 40, it's fine. Either sword and board or two-hander are both fine. Just want to go with whichever one kind of has the higher quality. on my route, I switch back and forth from two-hand staff to sword and board quite a bit, 1 to 30. 30 to 40, I pretty much use a blue axe from Duskwood and a shield the rest of the way to 40. You get the blue axe from Duskwood got buffed with TBC. So you can get a really good blue axe there. You can get a really good shield in Duskwood just questing there at like the late 20s. And it can last you all the way to 40. If you're not like just buying weapons off the auction house. Shouldn't I have a quest up here? Second, I should have a quest up for this area. Where the hell is it?
I am honored. May the stars guide you.
I do have the quest, it's just not showing up here. Okay, whatever. Yeah, the slower the better for one-handers once you switch to dual wielding. I don't know, Questy isn't showing the ones up here for some reason. Questy works on most stuff, but like it still has some issues. I don't know, like 5% of the quests just like sometimes don't show up, or it doesn't show up when it's completed. They're still working on some of the issues with it on the beta. No, there, as far as I know, there's no convenient list like that. I've just kind of been noticing as I go. Like stuff like the 50 AP trinket I didn't even know about till a couple days ago. Actually, I'm not even sure it's worth doing this quest because you have to run back down here to turn it in. Might have been better off just flying up here and then doing these quests that are on the top side. You can't set your hearth here either, so you can't get back convenient. Yeah, I don't know, man. Okay, I don't feel like this quest is actually worth doing. You have to go way down to the tunnel to do it, and then you have to double back all the way down here to turn it in. I think in the future I just fly up to this area. We do the quests up here that we already have accepted from earlier, and then you just transition into Winter Spring from there. This quest takes so long to go down deep in those tunnels and complete, and you can't actually set your hearth here in Felwood. There's like no way to avoid huge travel time there and back from that quest. I guess I should check and see if like the rewards got buffed for that quest on TBC or something. See, dousing the floors. It does lead to another quest afterwards. Let me just make sure there's no godly reward from that. It does have a... No, not really. Okay, I'm just cutting off these last couple quests then. Yeah, once we come back from Ungoro in the future, be 55.5 or so, I'll just come right to the north side of Felwood. Screw these couple quests that are way down in the cave over here. Yeah, our time for this level is really bad. It's going to be like 2.5 hours because we kind of been flying around testing out different things, but most of the levels up till this point have been like hour and a half or so on average through like mid 40s to mid 50s. Crushing these things pretty good despite our bad weapons. Songflower Serenade buff is actually better on TBC while leveling because it's crit rating instead of just flat 5 crit. Poor Trickster. Now we're cruising. This curse is definitely annoying though. I can't really take it off as a shaman. Maybe actually once I go to Winterspring and set my hearth to Everlook, maybe at that point we could do this quest chain without it being too annoying. We could hearth out of there or something. I don't want to have to climb all the way in and out of these tunnels and then ride all the way back. Got a 5-minute plus trip each way. But if I can line it up with some other quests I'm turning in Everlook, might be worth doing. I think it's possible to afford 100% mount before 60. I mean, if you're selling stuff on the auction house as you go, and you get like a decent drop, probably. If you're just vendoring everything, I don't think so. Let's see. What do I have on F1 and F2? That's it's kind of my spirit set. I don't really use it much at this point. I could probably get rid of it. Swap into spirit gear. At this point when I have good mana restore food, I don't really need it anymore. It was mostly before I got my mount, when you have to run around in Ghost Wolf a lot of the time. Just swapping over to spirit, a few spirit pieces while you're running around in Ghost Wolf. Would like almost double your mana regen. You use any skills to pull mobs closer? I mean, I try to interrupt casts with Earth Shock to kind of pull them closer. Normally, you just kind of use if you want to pull something to you from a ways away, you usually just use a shock. If it's really far away, you can use lightning bolt to pull. And yeah, this timestamp thing up here is the add-on speedrun splits. It hasn't been updated in a couple years, but it still works just fine. Yeah, I couldn't believe that the Alliance side just like it's really weird to think that doing a freaking AV in a speedrun is your best option. But that's kind of where Alliance are at. They don't get anything good in terms of Enhancement Shaman one-handers unless you do dungeons. Are you gonna boost a shaman? I mean, I'm gonna level a shaman. As soon as the pre-patch hits, I'm just gonna do a solo self-found run, 1 to 60. I am playing on a PvP server though, so it'll probably be a little bit spicier than this run if there's a bunch of people trying to gank. Okay, so we got a quest starter item. I guess you turn this in down here anyway, so you do have to go back down here once. They went to Darkshore before finishing Blood Mist. What is the reason for that? It's mostly just to maximize the amount of experience you get up in that area. If you didn't do that, you'd have to go down to like Red Ridge or something in the early 20s at some point. It's kind of a lot of travel for that point in the game. If you go to Darkshore early enough, of which I found that level 16 worked out well, you can still do like almost all the quests in Darkshore, except for the very lowest level ones, and still get full XP for them. And then what that does, it allows you to get all the way to 23 by finishing up the Draenei starting area, whereas normally you'd be like 20 or so when you finish that up. In general, Shaman aren't super strong between level 15 and 30. It's probably their weakest level range. So I tend to prefer doing quests that are a few levels below me, up in that level range. It gets a little better at 30, because you actually get a pretty good weapon from Darkshire, and you get Wind Fury. But 15 to 30, you're pretty weak compared to most classes, so... Definitely helps to be able to do somewhat lower level quests. Okay, good. Yeah, I'll be putting up the rest of this run on YouTube as I go. One of them is actually uploading right now, so I'll get the rest up there when I have a chance. Who do you think will be level 71st? Yeah, no, whoever's the best at getting like 40 people to mob tag for them and practices it with those people on the beta ahead of time will be the first 70. There's no like quote-unquote legit way to race for 70. It's all just the people that are doing it will just have like a huge, rate of people that are mob tagging for them. That's really the only way to compete for it. Mage's AoE grinding slave pens can get pretty good XP an hour too, but I still think it doesn't really match what a well-geared person who has a bunch of people mob tagging for them can get. That's the way it happened back on the original TBC launch also. Is that Athene got like 40 people to mob tag for him for like 40 hours and got the first level 70. Oh, did they nerf something with slave pens? I actually didn't know that. Interesting. Okay, I guess they really want the race to first 70 to just be who has the biggest zerg of people mob tagging for them. Exciting stuff. I can't believe how fast these things die, even with my garbage-ass weapons. The more I spend time in Felwood, the more I just start thinking, like, maybe... I guess since I'll be playing on a PvP server, I won't really be able to reliably keep the Songflower buff on, but... if you were on a normal server where people couldn't gank you and get rid of your Songflower buff, it almost might just be better to stay in Felwood from, like, 53 onward. Or, like, go back and forth between Felwood and Winterspring, just grinding quest mobs and squishy mobs with the Songflower buff on. I'm just massacring these things and my gear is just total trash. Just imagine how much XP someone could get with the Songflower buff and actual good gear. And even once you're too high level for this camp, there's all these furbolgs over here too you can grind on. I should probably just sell off my spirit set next time I'm in town. I don't need the spirit set anymore now that I have mount and decent mana food. It's mostly just a mid-level thing while you run around in Ghost Wolf place to place. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that maybe some Super Saiyan mage player would find a way to compete for it. But if what Airho was saying is true and they actually nerfed the mage pen's AoE grinding, then I don't even know how anyone would compete with the mob taggers at that point. I should find one of those XP per hour mods or add-ons that's actually working on the beta. If anyone knows one that's functional on the beta right now, let me know. Wow, those things just respawn at the exact same time. Titan panel has one. I'm gonna keep it kind of bare bones because for some reason the TBC version of Questy just like after a little bit of time, it just starts lagging your game, and you have to change your graphics settings a little bit to fix the lag. I've been kind of staying away from having too many add-ons, but maybe it's just a questy thing. How's it on White Mane Airho? Is it like impossible to get Songflowers on that server still just because it's so populated? All the raiders are like always fighting over them. Not too bad. That's what I like to hear. If you actually ended up staying in Felwood for a couple levels, kind of like grinding it out a bit, the lower level you are, the more you get out of Songflower Serenade since it's crit rating now. You could also end up just getting enough of these shards to... Why do I only have one of these shards? It's weird. I did pick up another Cenarian Beacon, didn't I? Huh. I should have way more of these shards. Oh, okay, that explains it. There's 20 right there. I'm just blind as shit. Yeah, you could actually start just stocking up on Whipperroot Tubers and Night Dragons and stuff as well. How in the world did this guy aggro from way over here? I guess the call for help reaches that far. Okay. That was quite a ways off. Technically, you can get a weapon upgrade from rep from the Furbolgs as well, but it's a pretty insane amount of grinding to get to Honored. I think you have to be Honored to get it. The point where it's not really worth it, I don't think. Certainly would be way easier to just win an AV match and get the Cold Forged Hammer than to grind Furbolg rep all the way to Honored. Can't carry any more of these items. I must have got a quest item or something. Ah. Oh, I didn't notice it in my bag because it looks the same as all my other totems. Pull some of this camp without getting all 4 of these things? That's the question. There's my rep. I wasn't grinding for anything in particular. I was just doing that. Oh, whoops. I thought I had actually finished that quest. I had to kill some den watchers. Where's my reputation at with them? Yeah, probably. I mean, it's not like this is bad XP grinding these things. They're pretty squishy as well. Guess I could go see how far along I am in rep after turning in this quest. TBC server live. Nope, this is the beta still. Pre-patch hits on the 18th, and then the TBC launches June 1st. Picks up after 40. I mean, that's how I would describe Enhancement. Is that in TBC it picks up after 40? I don't think any of the other Shaman specs really compete with Enhancement for leveling speed anymore. Like, Elemental's a fine spec. At 70, it's pretty good. I don't think it really compares to Enhancement unless you are already sitting at level 60 with a bunch of really good elemental gear. What will happen when TBC? Okay, well, someone's got that covered. I was hoping this guy wouldn't aggro back here. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Empty fire water flask. That quest chain will eventually lead to a quest to kill High Chief Winterfall, which drops another quest item which will give me the 50 AP trinket. Let's go turn in some of this stuff.
Great to meet ya. How are ya? What's on your mind? Welcome. Be good.
Pretty good. Found out some pretty useful information today. Just in terms of how I want to finish up the routing for the 50 to 60 part. Apparently you can get these at level 51. I just didn't realize. Thought you needed some sort of AV rep before you could buy them. Guess not.
Hi. Great to meet ya. Off with ya.
I guess probably the ideal way to do Fellwood and Winter Spring would be I get my hearth set over here, and you kind of just like do part of one zone and part of the other. I guess the goal would be to keep this Songflower buff up as much as possible. Kind of going back and forth. This guy is spamming totems. I was kind of wondering that myself, because I never noticed this buff on them before. Maybe it's... I don't know if they always had this buff on Classic and it didn't show, or if it's something they just added in TBC. Maybe these things just have 70 more attack power than they used to. Not actually sure. I get more of these totems. I guess with getting all the totems already, may as well rep grind these things. I'll have a ton of quests for these furbolgs anyway. Actually should work out fine. So I have the next step in the chain that eventually leads to High Chief Winterfell is back over here. I can dip back over there in a bit and refresh my Songflower buff. You can boost things to 58, but you can't boost the new races. So, a lot of people, myself included, will be trying to level either a Draenei or a Blood Elf right when the pre-patch hits. You don't have very much time to gear them up before TBC. All the playtime info is up here. There's a total time on the run so far, and then time this level. No weapon upgrades since Ogre's RNG drop at 42. Indeed. On the pre-patch, I'm going to do the AV quest to get the Cold Forged Hammer, which would be a monster upgrade from this weapon. But you can't queue for AV on the beta. Not enough people playing. So, however fast I'm killing all these mobs right now, just imagine it with a weapon that has 15 more DPS. Have you leveled only via questing? Have you done dungeons as well? I've done only questing, only solo self-found on this run so far. I would definitely recommend, though, to do a Zul'Farrak run in like the mid-40s. You can get a huge weapon upgrade from the Saving Sharpbeak questline. We actually have to go to Zul'Farrak for a step in that questline. Oh, these guys are actually a little higher level than the other ones I was killing. You practice 60 to 70 as well. No. Once I get to 60 and I work out the 50 to 60 route to the point where I'm happy with how efficient it is, that part of my guide's still a little bit of a work in progress. I might do some 60 to 70 while the beta's still up. I think most likely, since I'm playing on a PvP server and I'm going to have bad gear, at the start of TBC, leaning towards doing some dungeon leveling to at least avoid Hellfire Peninsula. Maybe rep grind while getting to 70 so you can unlock heroics later. We finish up these Den Watchers here, turn this in, and then dip back over to Fellwood to refresh our Songflower and finish up that quest chain over there. Or, I guess I shouldn't say finish, but progress the quest chain. I do kind of want to prioritize that Furbolg quest chain that leads to Chief Winterfell. Oh yeah, these things were so hyper farmed all the time on Fairlina. I don't really know why, I guess just because the firewater sold pretty well. I was early on in Classic, I was feeling kind of mad laddish, and I was gonna rep grind Furbolg up and, you know, get that trinket that summoned a little Furbolg healer, but it was just so camped all the time that I ended up giving up on that pretty quickly.
How are you?
Guess there's no faster way than just... Actually... Okay, I probably... should have just continued riding over to Everlook. Get the flight path, set my hearth there. I forgot that I'm playing Alliance now, so I actually have a nice convenient flight path over here. Used to the Horde side, where the flight path is 1,000 miles away from everything. So I can actually just go back and forth pretty conveniently without having to run through this tunnel, since I can't use Ghost Wolf in the tunnel. Yeah, I may as well just run over here, set my hearth and stuff for later. Would have been better if I hadn't doubled back to turn that quest in, since I think the follow-up to this quest is to turn it in here anyways. Guess the best way to do that would be to finish that quest, run over here, set hearth, and then just turn those things in once they all line up. I mean, it's going to be a little faster to get dungeon boosted if you get boosted, like, efficiently. Whoever's boosting you might not, you know, they might not want to do it for 24 hours straight or whatever, or you might get bored though, so. It's definitely not nearly as much of a difference as it used to be since boosting got nerfed a little bit and just normal leveling speed got buffed. I didn't even know there was a quest hub here. Let's see what these Alliance quests have to offer.
How are ya? You got my attention. See you soon.
Yeah, 2-week pre-patch is rough. I mean, I'm working on getting my route here as efficient as possible. It should be something like 60 hours or so of played time to level, so you can manage to play that much during the pre-patch, then you should be able to get to 60. And if anyone ends up like buying weapons for their shaman or gear to use as they level, then you could probably get a better time than I have here by a pretty considerable margin, because my weapons have been kind of subpar.
You need something? Greetings.
Got the best deals anywhere.
Oh damn, I got so much rune cloth now. Oh yeah, I was gonna get rid of my spirit set. I don't really need this anymore.
Glad I could help.
Is there a bank here? I never look.
The winds guide you.
You come get the voodoo.
Time is money, friend. Time is money, friend.
Oh wait, that's the Horde flight path. Where's the Alliance one? Back here.
What brings you here? Be careful.
And this Alliance flight path here is so convenient. Imagine having to run from over here all the way up to this Felpaw village. Yeah, this should work out pretty well. I think for the future, just doing Felwood and Winterspring here is, after Ungoro, should get us at least most of the way through 57, if not more. And then just finish up getting 60 in Western Plaguelands and Eastern Plaguelands. And won't have to travel around so much back and forth to different zones. And no Hellfire. It wouldn't be the same unless I could go to Hellfire and just get ganked relentlessly. That's the real Hellfire experience. But this is the PvE beta server. I wouldn't have all the fun of just getting one shot by people in Nax gear. Okay. Well, that's another great part of just killing all these furbolgs. Getting rep ups like New These Totem quests is just getting mad rune cloth to do the cloth turn-ins. It's hard to believe, but Serenade is actually better on the pre-patch. If you get it in the early 50s, it ends up giving you like 8% crit instead of 5% crit, like it does on Classic, just because it's a crit rating instead of flat crit now. Oh man, if you could transfer beta characters, people would be so salty. Rightfully so. Yep. Gotta be ready to drop them totems. Oh, Searing Totem's got a mind of its own. Okay. Let's try to hit neutral with these furbolgs on our way back through the tunnel. Should be killing this chieftain here whenever he respawns. This guy's worth like 50 rep, I think, over there. Jesus, that call for help range is so huge. This is the third blue I've gotten in the last hour or two. None of them have been remotely useful, sadly. Can't even click on this thing. Oh, it's because I hit the wrong thing when I was messing with the window before. Oh, I guess he's only worth 30 rep. Thought it was 50. Most of the macros we're using at this point, I just got rid of my spirit set macros, so I don't really need any more. It's just the name of the ability plus start attack, so you don't have to update the ranks on your bar. Your auto attack, so it'll start automatically without having to click on the mob. could turn in these feathers to reach neutral here. I guess I might as well do one turn in. Slowly progress my way towards the Chief Winterfall quest now. I need neutral for the first one of these totem turn-ins. I think one of the other ones you need friendly for. Unless it's neutral for both, but I think you need friendly for one of them. Just gives you some bonus XP. Oh. I thought I needed friendly for one of those. I guess not. I think the next step is where you have to track down those Winterfell runners. Did you come to Winter Spring before on this run? No, not till just now, or like an hour ago, I guess.
Welcome. Keep your feet on the ground. Watch your back.
Wait a second. Oh god, I forgot about this step. They don't aggro you when you're unfriendly. They only aggro you like one notch below that. Do you go straight to Outland at 58? No, this route that I'm doing is for the pre-patch. So we'll be leveling 1 to 60 in Azeroth. If you're leveling after TBC hits, it's probably worth going to Outlands just for like half a level to do the really easy starter quests to get all those gear rewards. Honestly, I would go back to Azeroth from like 58.5 to 60. Once you get those easy gear rewards from the start of Outlands. Go back and actually start questing there for real at 60. It might have been faster if I just flew over here from Everlook. Now, as far as I know, all of the quest rewards are identical to how they were in TBC. Yeah, and not only that, but honestly, that the Hellfire quests, if you're just decked out in random questing gear at level 58, like the first dozen or so quests in Hellfire are pretty easy, but as soon as you get to the ones where you're fighting like those level 61 demons and stuff, like it's not going to be very efficient to do those quests at level 58. It's probably going to take you a really long time to kill the mobs. The first, like 5 or 10 quests in Hellfire are just pretty much free loot, easy quests. Oh yeah, hunters definitely could take them, I think. Still probably would be more efficient for them to kill mobs that aren't like 3 levels above them, though. Maybe they're just so strong now in TBC that it doesn't matter. Actually, now that I have my hearth set in Everlook, Maybe this is the time to do this quest here. Or at least I can just hearth back. And then fly to the right spot after it's done. Not have to go all the way in and out of this cave manually. So I'm actually out of the plant salves right now. So I need to turn in more of these soul shards to get plant salves, which I need to do down here anyway. Got a couple quests to turn in down here. I think this is the prime time to do this quest. I'll just hearth to Everlook and then fly down here, restock on salves, turn some of this stuff in, then continue the Furbolg quest line after that. Yeah, it's baseline at TBC. You get it right at level 20, and I think it's every 10 levels you get to upgrade to it. Yeah, there's a Flight Master at the Emerald Sanctuary now. Pretty nice. Yeah, we've been doing everything open world, solo self-found so far. Basically, the only thing that I plan to do on the pre-patch that isn't open world is I'm gonna do an AV so I can get the quest reward for winning one. Right at level 51 on the pre-patch. On the Alliance side, if you're playing like just solo questing, you don't really get any good one-handers from 40 onwards. So you kind of have to go out of your way to get a good one-handed weapon, either by doing Zul'Farrak dungeon for a quest line or by winning an AV. You know, assuming you don't just buy weapons off the auction house. But I still have garbage weapons because you can't queue for AV on the beta. What the hell? I thought I'd killed him and he just teleported away at 1 health. You would cut off a pretty good amount of time, 40 to 60, if you had like 2 Heaven's Lights waiting for you as soon as you hit level 40. Which, as far as I know, are not typically that expensive on the auction house right now, so now's a good time to pick those up. Or if you have like an Axe of the Deep Woods later on at 52 or 53. Definitely save a considerable amount of time. I've got I've got everything I do in my run on the guide here that anyone can access the chat command ! guide. Just follow that, but with better weapons. Should be able to get even better 1 to 60 times. The level 50 to 60 is still a work in progress. I'm gonna kind of update it after I finish this run here. 1 to 50 is mostly set. Not really gonna make very many changes at all to that part. Pretty happy with where it's at right now. Elemental's good at level 70. Like, it's a fine spec for TBC. It's not very good at leveling compared to Enhancement now. Enhancement just got so many buffs with TBC. Oh my god. People on the beta? Strange thing to see. Oh, you got 2 Heaven's Lights already? I mean, you're set. You're gonna be blowing stuff up. And even one's Heaven's Light would be better than any weapon I've had on this run, all the way up to 60. You'll be crushing mobs. Rit's third leg is definitely, like, it's good, but it's not as good as Heaven's Light, for sure. It's mainly because of the speed. Rit's third leg is 2.3 speed, which is kind of fast. You want slower one-handers as a Shaman. The Heaven's Lights are 2.7. You got your double Axe of the Deep Woods, so yeah, you're super set. I mean, honestly, you'll be fine with 2 Heaven's Lights, 40 to 60. I mean, my weapons are nowhere near as good as a Heaven's Light, and we're still blowing these mobs up pretty well. Plus, you can always just run an AV to win it for a Cold Forged Hammer. And use a Cold Forged Hammer in your main hand for like a slight upgrade to the Heaven's Light in the 50s. Or you can run or do the quest chain that leads to saving Sharpbeak to get the Griffin Rider's Stormhammer. You can do that in like the mid to late 40s if you run ZF. Both of those are free. How did you find the solo? Ret's good at solo leveling. Like, I mean, the only bad thing you can say about Paladin leveling is that they're kind of boring. before level 50, just because you spend so much time auto-attacking and you don't hit that many buttons other than like refreshing your seals and judging and stuff, but like they're really fast levelers. They don't take very much damage and stuff, so they're I mean, they're definitely faster than shamans. Let's see, did I actually complete this quest? Okay, good. Let's peace on out of here. Wouldn't be faster for speedrunning SSF to not grind for weapons at all? I mean, a weapon upgrade is pretty important. If you don't ever upgrade your weapons, you're kind of going to be stuck using like a level 41 vendor axe all the way to 60. You'd be stuck with like a level 41 vendor axe in your main hand and then the Blackwater hammer from Arathi in your offhand all the way to 60. If you don't kind of go out of your way a little bit to get weapon upgrades.
Hello. Good luck, friend.
Would solo ZF Graveyard be possible as Sham after pre-patch? I mean, it's definitely possible. It's possible for anybody, as long as you buy enough consumables. All the stuff that does AoE damage, like engineering items and the food that does AoE and gear, etc. It doesn't really seem necessary, though. Like, the amount of time that you'd save by soloing ZF would be pretty small. And if you were going to go to all that trouble to get all those items and stuff, you might be better off just buying a boost. Or getting friends to boost you if you really didn't want to just level normally. I wouldn't say it's good. I mean, the Flurry Axe is too fast to really be good. You can definitely get better one-handers off the auction house for less gold. I mean, it's probably going to be better than whatever weapons you get from questing, just by virtue of it being an epic item. But you'd be better off just buying a slow blue one-hander. Heaven's Light is the best example of what to shoot for. I mean, if you did use them, then yeah, you would want to use Flame Tongue Weapon. It's not going to be as good as using slower weapons with Wind Fury. Unless those slower weapons are just so much less DPS that it's... yeah. But, I mean, if you can afford 2 Flurry Axes, you should be able to afford level 40 slow one-handers. Of, like, blue quality. You have a guide for Blood Elf Paladin? Yeah, the my 1 to 20 Blood Elf route from the exclamation point guide. It's written from like the perspective of a hunter, but you can use it for the other classes just as well for Blood Elves. Basically just cut out the parts where it's talking about the hunter specific class quest and like insert your own class quest in instead. That's about the only change you'd have to make.
How may I aid you?
It's actually really easy to follow because on the hunter I intentionally go down to the higher level zone at level 10 to get that green sword upgrade. And with Paladin you want to do that as well.
Goddess watch over you. Illume light your
Try to get that as quick as possible, the Tranquil and Flamberger. Yeah, Hunters got insanely buffed for leveling TBC. Their pets are just like invincible monsters that do way more damage. And you can just... I mean... It takes a lot of APM, I guess, to level Hunter at maximum efficiency because you have to melee weave constantly. But as long as you don't mind melee weaving, and you keep good melee weapons as you level, it's going to be insanely fast. No other class can match Hunter's speed on TBC. Oh, yeah, for sure, it's easier on Classic. I'm just saying that, like, it's not really like the AFK style. Like, you actually have to be running around, moving your character constantly.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
Before to 45. I think that was when we were turning in most of the quests that we did in Ungoro. Then 55 to 56, I was kind of just traveling around the Eastern Kingdoms, like testing out different questing zones to see the order I wanted to do things, so that level was super slow. It was a little bit experimental. I was like running over to Burning Steppes and then up to the Plague Lands and stuff to try stuff out. That's a few different things, yeah, so all of their abilities, for the most part, got ability power scaling. So their abilities, they cost the same mana, but they just hit way, way harder once the pre-patch goes in. Your arcane shot and stuff will be hitting like twice as hard as you level, with no downside. All their traps and stings and stuff, they just do extra damage. Your pet is like twice as tanky baseline and also does way more damage. And then they have the 4-yard minimum range, so it's really easy to melee weave without losing uptime. Whereas on Classic, they have the 8-yard minimum range, so it's a lot more effort to switch between range attacks and melee attacks. I'm leveling Enhancement. That's I'm gonna be maining a Enhancement Shaman on TBC. I've been working on the old leveling path here. You can see the talent build with exclamation point talents. Oh, nice! This thing is still cleansed from earlier. Let's re-up. Nice, yeah, getting Getting characters to 20 or 30 now before the pre-patch hits is a good idea. Because 1 to 30 is not that much different in terms of speed. Like, it's a little faster, but not that much faster on TBC. Most of the speed stuff really kicks in from level 30 plus. Not gonna try dungeon grinding. I mean, I might dungeon grind 60 to 70 to avoid the mass PvP in Hellfire. So I'm gonna be on a PvP server with bad gear from just leveling a shaman during the pre-patch. So tragic I can't ghost wolf through here. This tunnel's pretty long. The route I'm using, you scroll up a little bit, you probably see one, or you can just hit exclamation point guide. It's one I made myself. I usually speedrun on the Horde side. So, playing, maining Shaman and playing on the Alliance side, making a speedrun route is kind of new to me, so most of my streams over the last few weeks have kind of been building the route from scratch. And at this point, the route is pretty good from 1 to 50. I'm still working on the 50 to 60 part of the route. Once I finish this run up, I'll be going back over the 50 to 60 stuff and getting a more efficient order for those quests.
What's on your mind? Hi.
Okay.
Keep your feet on the ground.
There's the Winterfall Runners part. Guess we'll travel up and down this road looking for the Winterfall Runners. I still need to pick up some of these feathers as we go. Do that at the same time. It'd actually be super convenient if I found the runners right now. So I'm gonna level up after killing 1 or 2 of them in the middle of the fight. Yeah, it's not until you get to Zanger Marsh, I think. Unless those ones that I'm thinking of are horde only. Alliance Shamans really get dicked for weapons from quests from like 40 to mid-60s. There's like just nothing good. You pretty much have to buy one off the auction house or do an AV run or do dungeons or something. It's kind of hilarious how bad their one-handers are from quests. Meanwhile, Horde has like 3 quests between 40 and 50 that give one-handers 1,000 times better than any of the ones Alliance have. Caught these Winterfall runners at a pretty inconvenient time on their path. Looks like they're going to be way at the very end of it. Yeah. The weapon you want to target is Heaven's Light at level 40. And then in like the early 50s, if you're really going all out to twink out your Shaman, get some Axe of the Deep Woods. I mean, the flurry axes are going to be better than like random questing weapons, just because they're epic. They're definitely not as good as some of the blue one-handers you can buy off the auction house, probably for cheaper. You're just going to do a lot more damage overall with slower one-handers from level 41 onwards, once you have dual wield and Storm Strike. And double Wind Fury. God, I hope we didn't actually miss these runners. They might have run up here and then finished their route as we were going up. It does look like that's what happened. Pretty unlucky. Guess we have to wait for them to respawn and hit them as they come back up again. Unfortunate. I guess at least we can... Is this guy still elite? Oh, well, he's not even elite anymore, and he only has 1 ad? Wow. This guy got super nerfed. Sadly, he doesn't drop that crudely written log, the one that leads to the 50 AP trinket, unless you're actually on the quest for him, I think. But since we managed to get the exact worst timing, it's even possible to get on those Winterfell runners. So we kind of just have to sit here and kill these things and then hit them after they respawn and come along this path. Pristine Yeti horns. Sure. Feeling lucky. The weird thing with TBC is that they buff the drop rates on a lot of those quests that used to be super rare, but it's not really like listed anywhere which quests they buffed. So some of those type of quests are buffed, some aren't. Never really know. Yeah, these furbolgs up here are a lot beefier than all the other ones we were killing. Definitely better to grind on those ones back in Fellwood, but kind of just stuck here in this area until the Winterfell runners show up. Oh, actually forgot it. Somebody else might have just killed the Winterfell runners. I might not have just missed them the way I was thinking. So there's actually a ton of people on the beta now over the last couple days. God, I'm out of furbolgs. Actually, there's some more up on that ridge over there, if the hunter didn't kill them. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on with this right here. I mean, this add-on wasn't updated for... Or it's been a couple years since the update. Up until today, it was comparing to the other run I did, kind of as the trial run for the speed run. I went up to like the mid 40s. Oops. I guess now on the beta it just has like nothing to compare it to. Because I don't have any other like high level Alliance characters on the beta, I guess. Oh, you know what it is? Is that I made a pre-made character at some point, so it thinks I leveled to 58 in 14 seconds. So I'm a little bit behind that pace right here. I'll have to work on catching up to that level 58 pace. Oh man, I'm all paranoid I'm gonna miss the runners now. There's actually people walking around in the sun. Messing around with their pre-mades and stuff. I mean, this is the retirement home. You came to the right place if you want to see some watched gameplay. Should I make a world record 1 to 58 speedrun and just make a pre-made character and then log off? Post it all over YouTube? See if I can get more dislikes in the YouTube rewind. Yep, speaking of senior gamers, what's up, Nirak? Shock crit rates. 6.3%, it looks like. I guess I'm getting a few percentage of resists, or actually only like 2% of resists. It's kind of low. I do have the 1% hit from being a Draenei on spells, but... I'd probably get claimed by somebody. Dude, so I don't even have monetization set up on my YouTube, but I put up my level 1 to 25 of this run, of the Draenei speedrun, and it got hit with a freaking monetization claim from some random company, and there's like literally no music even going on in the time period that got auto-claimed by robots. Like, YouTube is such garbage. My entire video is just in-game sound from WoW. And like some random company just claimed like a 10-second portion of my 10-hour video. Like, oh, everything's disabled now. Alright, let me try looking for these guys. Pretty much killed everything around here. I'll look for these Winterfell runners one more time. Running opposite their path. If I don't find these now, it might be a good place to call it for the night anyways. Just finish up this run tomorrow. And start working on the 50 to 60 portion of the guide. Thankfully, I still have that, like, level 47 or whatever character that I was first testing stuff on, so I can use that to retest the 50 to 60 portion once I have it all banged out. Yeah, it didn't hit me with, like, a copyright strike, it just disabled monetization. Or basically, like, if I even had monetization set up, all of the money would go to that... Whoops. All the money would go to whatever random-ass fucking scam company just claimed a 10-second portion of my 10-hour video where there was no music playing. There's nothing you can even do to dispute it quickly. So they can just... robots can just, like, randomly claim all your videos before they even go up on YouTube. Like, I didn't even make that video public. It was a private video, I hadn't made it public yet, and it got claimed with that 10-second chunk. It was just total nonsense. And then after you... if you dispute it, then the company that claimed it has like a month before they even need to respond to it. So they can just freely take all your monetization for a month before YouTube even looks into it. So I guess it's a good thing I wasn't getting any money from it anyway. Otherwise I'd probably be real pissed. Yeah, that was just kind of a standard thing in TBC, is that the quests from level 30 plus, they're supposed to give 30% more XP. It hasn't been exactly that value on the beta. It's like sometimes it's less, sometimes it's more. But yeah, 30 onwards is... all the quests are supposed to be about 30% more XP. So... you can't really run out of quests while going 1 to 60 anymore. Oh my god, where are these runners? I know there's a runner in Bellwood. Can I actually get the crate from this guy? Maybe I'm just an idiot. I shouldn't even be probably just wasting time running up and down this road if I could just run over to Fellwood and get the crate from that runner over there. Questy seems to think I can. I thought you actually had to find the trio of runners, but I guess according to Questy I can get it over here. All the played stuff is up here. We're at 56 hours right now. Unfortunately, I'm about 56 hours behind the pace of my level 58 pre-made character on the beta. Oh, right when I was about to give up and just go to Fellwood, here they are. List of items you can farm? That's need a little more detail than that in terms of, like, I don't know what class or you're playing or
Great to meet you. What's on your mind?
quest items. I mean, I guess other than buying like the you could buy the STV pages ahead of time. There's a few different quests where you need like frost oil for a quest. You need a couple hold on, let me try not to die to these things. Yeah, I don't really have like a list anywhere. Oh yeah, there's the Blasted Lands quest items also. Apparently you can just get those ahead of time.
Welcome.
Oh, here we are back on the quest to go kill the chief again. Took me like 20 minutes to find these guys, and here they are again. Actually, the fact that these are leather, they're probably not good enough to use anyway. Guess I should have just taken the plate item for the higher sell price. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I lose 2 strength with those other ones. I gain a little bit of agility, but strength is definitely better than agility. And I mean, fighting these higher level mobs as melee shaman, definitely taking a reasonable amount of damage at this point. Okay, so this guy, he should drop the book this time. The Words of the High Chief. Aha. There it is. Or I guess Words of the High Chief is the actual name of the quest. Or is it? See if we can find Ursius on the way past here. I also need to grab one more feather. Let's actually need to make a little pit stop to Darnassus at some point soon. Turn in some quests there and the cloth as well. Yeah, there's actually so many quests left to do here still. I'm gonna pretty easily get into level 58, I think. Finishing these quests up in Winter Spring, and then should have a pretty easy time, 58 to 60 from the Plaguelands quests that are left. I think I have a pretty good idea of what I actually want to, or like the best route from 50 to 60 now. I'll just make some adjustments to the way I had it before. Such as telling Feralus to get the hell out of my route. Seemed like a big old waste of time to go to Feralus for the second time. Yeah, I'm actually not sure what happened. A few days ago, I think I had it so it showed the exact number of HP, and at some point it switched over to percentage. I didn't switch anything, but like there was a beta build, and it just like reset me back to percentage or something. I don't know if you need an add-on or something now to see it, or if you can switch it in interface. Because I definitely remember earlier in this run, I'm pretty sure if you look at some of my VODs from like a week ago or something, I definitely had the numeric version of the enemy HP on. It disappeared at some point. I mean, I've got it on numeric value here, so I'm not sure why it's showing me percentages instead. And only for enemies. Like my own health is still numeric. Oh, I just did everything anew. In terms of keybinds, I didn't copy things. Because I hadn't actually played Classic in like over a year when the beta came out. I just kind of did everything from scratch. Took a long break from the game because I kind of burnt myself out by playing the same class that I played back on vanilla for two years. And I got bored just playing Hunter again. So part of the reason why I'm playing something completely new to me here for TBC. I never really played a Shaman at max level prior to the beta. I usually play on the Horde side.
Hi. Off with ya. How are ya?
Pretty good.
Watch your back. Welcome. Be good.
Wait a second. Where the hell do I get that 50 AP trinket from? I thought it was from... Oh, okay. Oh, I have to go back to Felwood for it. Read ya. Oh wow, you gotta go all the way freaking down there to get it? Okay. Okay, now I should be able to get the new trinket that they added for TBC now. Just let me dump some of this gear off.
Can I show you my wares? Pleasure doing business with ya.
What trinket? I will show you. It's new with TBC, and it is pretty kick-ass. Once you finish that quest chain that I've been working on with the fur bulks, you can pick either of these. And considering you don't really get trinkets leveling normally, then maybe the Arena Master, as you're going through, having 50 AP is a pretty big upgrade to nothing, so I hear.
Del Nadris.
Also, so I kind of waited longer than you need to do that quest also. Because I thought that the High Chief was still an elite mob that had 2 ads with him. But it turns out he's now non-elite and he only has 1 ad with him. He's still harder than a normal mob. But it would have been pretty easy to kill him at like 56. Or if you had all your cooldowns, probably even earlier than that. Yeah. I mean, if you're Horde, you get the Rune of the Guard Captain, which is pretty awesome out of Hinterlands. If there's a good trinket on the Alliance side before this 50 AP one, I'm not aware of it. I don't know, do Alliance have any good trinkets from leveling that I'm missing out on? They don't have anything like equivalent to Rune of the Guard Captain, do they? Alliance definitely get a little bit dicked on the quest rewards compared to Horde for Enhancement Shaman. I don't know about the other classes, but I sure would love to have good one-handed weapons and Rune of the Guard Captain in the late 40s. What's up, Tactics? I see you're impressed by my my world first 1 to 58 time. We were all trying to figure out why Speedrun Splits suddenly hated my time. I figured I should probably make a YouTube video. Speedrun creating a level 58 character. Oh man. Tactics is lurking in chat. Who am I gonna host here in a sec? Alright, let's pick up this AP trinket. I don't want to completely screw up my sleep schedule, so we're probably gonna call it pretty soon and then just finish the last couple levels tomorrow.
I am listening.
Yeah, give me that 50 AP.
May the stars guide you.
Booyah. I kind of needed to refresh my Songflower anyway, so that kind of works out. Alright, we got our fat AP trinket. Next run I can start working on all these winter Winter Spring quests, and then we'll just finish up 58 to 60 back in the Plague Lands. They have a robot company. God, they'll be after my speedruns. Alright, thank you everyone for tuning in. We'll see you again tomorrow. We finish this run. As soon as we finish the run, then I'm just going to get to work on optimizing the 50 to 60 path. Just to make sure everything's clean. And I guess after that, if the beta's still up, we might try out the old rested XP from Tactics & Co. Just try leveling something random and try out the add-on in game. I haven't had a chance to use it yet. Let me see. I think Joker is streaming. Who else is on? Okay. I don't know anyone else other than Joker streaming right now, so let's go raid the other former champion speedrunner. Yeah, thanks again for tuning in, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for the end of this 1 to 60. Peace.
I guess it's good if you plan to like level normally and quests, so you're like ahead of everyone else and you can go to like the other zones. Hey, when that happens. Hey, Call on Luck, thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much for the hosted. Level 62.5 in 1 hour. But is that with summons as well or not? Like, I know about this, like LMGD told me this like months ago. I was like, dude, like CBA doing it. Because you gotta like have tier 3 quests, you gotta have like, you know, you clear the queue, like first boss. You know what I mean? Like you gotta have all that shit set up. And you gotta have like PvP quests set up.